Hello.
Ruth, I have Shelke speak. Okay. I have in parallel another meeting, so it might happen that I'm partly not attending.
Fine, Jara, fine. Thank you.
Bravo.
Helen, you are already in?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. I guess we wait 1 or 2 more minutes.
Yeah, I think so, because now a lot of people come in.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
And I don't know, Ruth, if you saw my email, but I completely blocked my neck. So I have to leave you 15, 20 minutes a bit before, because I managed to get an appointment to the therapist, to the osteo, to unblock it. It's a very, very painful. So I'll do my best this afternoon. Bear with me. It's really difficult.
Yeah, I suppose so.
Good afternoon, Elise from RT.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
There's still a lot of people coming in.
Hey, good afternoon. This is Ine speaking.
Aline.
Good afternoon, it's Paolo.
Hi, Paolo.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Hello, this is Timo Amprion.
Good afternoon, Benjamin Elia.
Good afternoon, Costel Constantin, Transelectrica.
Good afternoon, Markota from Hops.
Good afternoon, Anna from TSCnet.
Charlotte Fogg-Ramos from UFE, and then Sebastian Mero will join afterwards. Hello, everyone.
Hi.
Good afternoon, this is Mikhail Nimi from Kpis.
I think there's somebody with a background noise.
Stört dich Plappern da?
Das kommt normal, in einer halben Stunde geht mir das Plappern los.
Ah, okay.
I think we are almost at 100 participants now, Helen. Shall we start?
Yes, since we can start to stick to the schedule. So good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to see you with so many people participating. So I guess it shows the very high level of interest for the upcoming discussions on core flow-based. So maybe some practicalities for today. So I will be co-chairing the meeting with Ruth, that you all know, I guess. We will do our best to make it as dynamic as possible. Please mute yourself when you are not talking to avoid background noise. And you can raise your hand virtually with the button if you would like to intervene. And we'll make sure we can let you speak when okay. And you can also use the chat to raise questions or remark if you wish to do so. And that will also allow us to make a tracking of the question and possibly answer via email if not all questions can be treated during the meeting. As a follow-up, there will be minutes and final meetings documents that will be shared with the distribution list. And there will also be the documentation, the information on the JAO Q&A forum. Yeah, important, but you probably have seen it on your screen. The meeting is being recorded to allow participants who are not present today to listen to the meeting afterwards. Maybe we can check the agenda for today. So that's quite a dense agenda. We hope to be able to cover it all. So first, a few words of introduction, as we are doing now, and then we will discuss the day-ahead capacity calculation and market coupling topic, going into the details of the roadmap, the status. Then we'll have a discussion with a market participant and also some NRAs that are presenting some findings about the parallel run, and some concerns will be presented by market participants. We will then discuss the intraday ATC extraction as for the go live of the day ahead. So maybe to clarify the difference, because it was not fully clear to me, so maybe not fully clear to everyone, but we will, in this section, we will discuss the intraday methodology at go live. And then in the section 3, you have the future intraday capacity calculation for the next steps when it's not anymore an ATC extraction. Then we will, as I said, go to the chapter 3 on the future intraday capacity calculation around 4. And I forgot to mention, we foresee a short break around 3 p.m. And then the point 4 at the agenda will be a discussion on the long-term capacity calculation, and last but not least, some AOBs and closing remarks. Is there any comment or remark, Ruud? Hope I didn't forget anything.
No, I don't think so. Yeah.
Then if not, and I don't think there is anything in the chat, we can go to the point 2. So with the day-ahead capacity calculation and the market coupling, and first point is a presentation of the roadmap by Ruud, I think.
Yeah, I suppose we have almost gone through the whole roadmap of day ahead now. We are very close to go live, which is still planned for the 20th of April for delivery on the 21st. So yeah, both on the capacity calculation project and on the joint project with the NEMOs, we are on track. And maybe today it's, we discussed already the procedural side in the webinar last week, so I won't repeat that, but it would be good to remind you that next week there will be member tests to secure everybody's interaction with the systems of the market coupling. So if there are any questions on this roadmap, then I will go to the next part, and that is the readiness, readiness status of the TSO, the capacity calculation part. If we go to the next slide, Lars. Here we can say that we are ready to meet our legal obligations on the 20th of April for the planned go live. And we base that on the current stability level of the parallel run process, which has been improved. And we also have stability improvements implemented, as well as we have plans for further optimizing the process. The final measures and improvement to stabilize the process are currently being implemented beginning of April. We work on that now. Actually, from that perspective, there's one remaining risk, and that is because we have to implement the intraday ATC validations. There might be an issue with that because this was an unforeseen thing. But we assume that this will not block, but we have to mention it. Obviously, we are not blind for concerns that are around the go live to the external parallel run results and stability, to the intraday values of the go live, and also regarding the publication tool. We think we can manage these. We think we can meet our obligation, but obviously there's room for improvement. And therefore, I think the TSOs, the situation shall be discussed by the end of this week in an ad hoc meeting with the NRAs. And obviously, we don't take as TSOs the decision alone. Next week, there will be a joint steering committee meeting where the final decision on go live will be taken. So this is the current status. We are ready technically to meet the obligations. It will not be perfect, but we also have plans to improve. And I suppose that many of the topics will come on the agenda in the next agenda items. But please, if you have any questions already here, please feel free to ask them.
I see Jérôme, yeah, and hand raised.
Thank you very much, Ruth. Jérôme Lepage from EFET. Quick question on what you just mentioned about the final decision, which is in the hands of the NRAs. Do we have a precise date for the go, no-go decision?
Well, the legal obligation of TSOs is in the end of the NRAs. And that will be the discussion point for the 1st of April. But the week after that, there's a joint steering committee meeting where a final decision of NEMOs and TSOs together will be taken.
All right, thank you.
Okay, then.
Maybe we can go to the presentation then from market participants.
Let's just to because it was a bit difficult to fit it all together. That's why we have the EFET presentation and the presentation from CREC as NRA together. Both cover different multiple topics, but we will try to handle these topics in the presentations after that. So we have to check a bit where we want to have the discussions because we can also need the information from later presentations. But we have to see that, I suppose. But yes, please. Who is presenting from EFET Euroelectric EVX?
It will be Jérôme.
Jérôme, do you want to share your screen yourself, Jérôme? Would that be most convenient for you?
Yeah, I can do that. Let me get back the right slides then. It'll take me a sec. Here we go. I hope you can all see the slides. So thank you very much, Hélène and Ruud, for the opportunity to say a few words about some concerns that market participants from EFET, but also Euroelectric and EFIAC Europe have identified over the past few weeks. I think it's important to have a look at that, and there's been while we've been really supportive of this whole process, we're seeing a few things that really alarm us these days. So again, this is from basically a wide range of participants, stakeholder market participants from the energy industry, and should definitely be looked at in that regard. So today I'll be speaking about three main points. The first one being like the capacity calculation and allocation itself in day ahead. The second one being the ATC extraction process for intraday, and the third one about publication issues that we're perceiving right now. So going to the first point, one thing that we've identified in the past few days, in the past few months, sorry, around the robustness of the process of capacity calculation and allocation is that we've perceived we've observed in the parallel run results that we have quite a high number, like around 10%, of hours when the parallel run was either failing and getting results that led to very tiny or empty domains, or completely failed to provide a flow-based domain. This resulted in, so in the case of tiny or empty flow-based domain, in basically no capacity being provided. So a serious departure from like what we have currently in CWE in terms of minimum requirements for capacity made available to the market in the ahead, with the minimum of 20%. And in the case of probably IT problem, we've also seen just incomplete final domains that led the TSOs to either apply the spanning methodology, but in most cases actually using default flow-based parameters. So basically we have quite limited information about where those problems come from. We think that the tiny or empty domains are rather linked to the individual validation process on the TSO side, that the incomplete flow-based domains are rather linked to IT issues. But this is a little bit obscure for us. But in any case, what that teaches us is, like, right now, and at least in what we've seen of the parallel run so far, we don't really have a secure model that allows us to say, well, this is bringing added value, and this is bringing added value constantly to the model we have. Few things that we recommend in that regard, is that minimum levels of MACCT or like minimum level of min-RAM as they're applied in CWE are applied also in core to ensure standard minimum level of capacity made available to the market, and that also that we make sure that we follow what's going on in terms of failure of the algorithm or failure of the process, if that's where the problem lies, and make sure that we decrease significantly this risk of failure before going live, because we're now at levels that are way beyond sustainable. I'll switch to the next point. So the lack of clarity around intraday IATC extraction. So as you know, we're waiting for the Acer methodology in that regard. This will only be available just 1 week before go live. And for the moment, we have, again, no guarantee that some of the processes that were implemented in CWE will be upheld. And this concerns mainly the Lta inclusion, and again, the min-RAM of 20%. So until then, and we cannot really foresee what's going on. Basically, we have a parallel run that informs us about what's going, like, to the extent and with the limitations that I explained before, informs us what's going on in day ahead, but we have no clue what will go on in intraday. And definitely, like, understanding how the LTAs will be included, if there will be a minimum RAM, etc., will be extremely key to ensure that we don't find ourselves with like zero capacities in intraday in too many hours. And that making sure that we implement that this is implemented, but having only 1 week to understand how it works, to try to develop tools and to ensure better forecasting before go live will be extremely difficult. Maybe third point there, maybe of slightly lower relevance, but still very important as we've attracted the attention of TSOs and NRAs to over the years in CWE, is like making sure that we have high level quality data, complete data, and accurate data. Is key to ensure that we as market participants are able to develop our forecasts, make accurate bidding, etc. So we've seen that some of the parallel run days are incomplete in terms of data publication. Like a few points around like the PTDF publication, which is not necessarily always at the level of quality that that we need to use them operationally, etc. And then also some like purely technical aspects of the API are not to the satisfactory level. So with those 3 points in mind, I think it's important to remember also in which times we are. It hasn't escaped anyone that we're in very tense times on the in the energy sector and on the electricity markets. There are significant interventions going on here and there in different areas in Europe, like at European level as well. There's a lot of attention to make sure that our electricity markets function well. And for us, this is really a point of importance. We want to make sure that this go live is a success and brings added value to the market and to the system as a whole, and that we end up with improvement in social welfare. The feeling that we have now is that, as like from a market perspective, is that we don't know if it will bring that added value. We don't have the certainty about it. For the moment, there's really a call of caution from our side in terms of it looks like we're launching ourselves from a cliff without really knowing if we're going to land in water or on the sand. And we need more reassurance about that. So around KPIs of performance, around like how have we made sure that we improve the system, around making sure that we get sufficient time for preparation to understand the new ATC extraction systems, making sure that we have available capacities in intraday, etc. And of course, also making sure that we have all the relevant data to ensure that market participants can do efficient bidding. So right now we don't have this certainty, and it's not like we're talking about small levels of uncertainties in a time where the market is stable and at low levels of prices. So the risk is high, and we're definitely calling out right now for today on TSOs and NRAs to ensure a better understanding of the issue, and understanding the way forward to ensure that when we decide to go live, we're sure this is the right way to improve markets. And that will be it for me. Thank you, Ruud.
Thank you very much, Jérôme. Indeed, these are points of concern, and we will come back to them later in the program. But be sure that these also concerns the TSOs and the NEMOs in this respect. Any questions or remarks for Jerome at this point. Otherwise, it may be good to go to the next presentation that overlaps a bit, but gives some of the points another angle. Nico, from Craig's side, I have to say this is a Craig presentation and not an NRA presentation. Is that right, Nico?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And that was going to be my first disclaimer before starting the presentation. Maybe just a bit to highlight where this comes from. Within the group of core NRAs, obviously, we have been following the external parallel runs over the last couple of months. I think that they started at the end of 2020 already, but the first stable results are from beginning. And you may all know that there have been very recurrent interactions between NRAs, TSOs, and NEMOs on these topics, which also led to the publication of KPI reports, which were automated scripts showing some summary statistics of the external parallel runs. I believe these also have been published for the market participants' understanding on the Java publication tool. But what we are presenting here is our internal Craig analysis of the raw data that is being published. So that's the disclaimer. It's a Craig contribution. It has actually not been shared with core NRAs before because we are under a lot of time pressure, and it took a long time to do these analyses, as I'll explain later on. And it's actually what is in this presentation are some of our concerns and key findings, which we will publish by the end of this week. So I myself, together with my colleague Clara, have prepared this note. It is foreseen to be approved at the board of directors level at the CREG on Thursday, and subsequently we'll publish that on Friday. So obviously I will share this information with you once it's available, but what I can present to you are some of the main findings of our internal CREG analysis of the external parallel runs. And maybe just to start a bit, or to explain a bit the context in which we had to do these analyses, because I think a lot of what I will say will also echo a little bit what Jerome just said on the market participants' observations. We had some troubles, not necessarily troubles that we could not deal with, but still could be a bit of a barrier in accessing the data. So as Jerome also said, the current API of the Java publication tool is a work in progress. Still, I mean, I have to insist to everyone that is here today that this is a major improvement. The fact that it is being published on the publication tool is a huge step forwards compared to what we have in the CWE. It's much more accessible, but still there are some issues, especially when you try to download large data set like the flow-based domains. This is not that easy. And that also explains a bit why we are only able to present these results at this point in time. It took a long time to get it figured out, and then a long time to download everything and analyze it. But still, I mean, we managed to do it. I can imagine that there are much brighter minds than myself having tried this and probably have easier ways to do it. But still, yeah, it was just something that I wanted to mention. So for the sake of increasing the understanding and to be able to represent representative results, we focused on a very specific period. So from the 1st of October of last year until the 28th of February of this year. So the 5 most recent complete months, we downloaded the data for the flow-based domains and analyzed them. Now we see that there are some issues with these data. So I believe in the entire data set we had about 3,400 MTUs available, which led to 1.4 million connects in the pre-solved domain, which is, I mean, yeah, probably these numbers are a bit abstract. So that's why we made a bit of more of a breakdown into what we could interpret or not. But the point is, so this is the complete data set, and we see that very often spanning or fallback is applied, as was also mentioned by Jerome. So that means that we can interpret fewer results to check whether or not what the results are and to be sure that these are representative. But there's also a second step actually, and that is a significant number of MTUs. We see that the RAM values on all the connects are 0, despite not having the label of fallback or spanning applied. So we do not know what is causing this issue. But what we do see is that out of those 1.4 million connects in the pre-solved domain, only about 280,000 of them did not have a RAM equal to 0. So that's 80% of the data set had RAM 0, which took, I mean, it might seem like a huge number, but still was not that very easy to find because of the large data set. You cannot visualize that at once. But actually, it's a very limited. It's a limited number of MTUs, so 20% of the MTUs where this happens, which leads to 80% of the results being non-representative. We do not know what is causing these RAM values to be 0, but what we do know, and that is something that we saw in the results on the entire data set, is that it is hugely distorting the results that we obtain from the data sets. For that reason, and you will see that once you read our published note at the end of the week. So for that reason, we filtered out these RAM values equal to 0. And I mean, this is a very uncomfortable situation because we do not know what the reason for this is, but still we know that it's not representative. So that's would be our first question to the project parties and in particular to the TSOs. What is explaining this? And to highlight this a bit more, I will show first this slide. We listed this per TSO. We see that some TSOs have more than 90% of all the connects that they introduced in the pre-solved domain during those 5 months having RAM values of 0, which does not make any sense in our view. So yeah, others do not do this at all. So between 0.5 and 1% of the connects, but others are at the other extreme end. So we would really urge that the core TSOs investigate this and that they explain to us what has happened there, because I mean we can filter out the data, but still without knowing what it means. Just filtering it out is a bit uncomfortable from a regulatory perspective, and it might seem like we are ignoring this issue. While I mean, in itself, it should say enough.
Nico, I have a question. I think from Dietmar.
Mm-hmm. A comment on that, or should we do that later? Because I think directly should go ahead. That it was also surprisingly for me that this high number of 59% for Amprion, and I discussed that with our experts. What is the reason for that? The reason for that was the old Da Vinci fallback, where many connects are introduced with RAM 0, and maybe that is misleading here. One should count hours with 0 RAM, because if you look at, for example, at the 10th of October, in 1 hour, there have been, for example, 8,000 connects with RAM 0, but that is linked to the old Da Vinci fallback, and we solved that problem. The new Da Vinci fallback does not have that anymore, and it is really concentrate. This huge number of connects with 0 RAM is really limited to a few days where the Da Vinci fallback was applied, and maybe that somehow has to be explained in a footnote, and I would prefer to have maybe to present the share of hours with 0 RAM, because that is somehow correct what you present here, because you just downloaded that. However, it's a bit misleading. We thought when discussing that, because it's 4 or 5 days causing this extreme number of connects with 0, and due to the fact that also that overloaded the euphemia algorithm, we had to change that, and it was changed, and from March on,
maybe we should deal with that later on. But Nico, the time, the MTU side is how you think about that. So there's also this relationship with the time, of course. So this is the CNEC itself, but the occurrence is maybe more relevant in that respect.
No. So if you look at this slide again, then indeed here we expressed it in MTUs. It's more difficult to express the share of TSOs in terms of MTUs rather than in terms of CNECs, because obviously during some MTUs, more than one TSO may apply CNECs with 0% RAM. But in any case, I can definitely clarify this, and I can have a closer look again if we can express that as such, because indeed, as I said in the beginning, it's 20% of the MTUs in total, irrespective of the TSOs, leading to 80% irrelevant results. So you are right. It's in terms of MTUs, the problem might seem less apparent, but that is not something that we can easily demonstrate on a TSO level, hence showing the results in terms of CNECs per TSO.
Benedict, do you also want to?
Hi, Benedict from Tenet. Thanks for the presentation, Nico. I see from the date you have investigated from the 1st October to end of February. And just to complement what Dietmar said, the new Da Vinci fallback, which has a significantly decrease on the CNECs with 0 RAMs, has been applied since the 3rd of March. So data relevant for the new Da Vinci fallback in this respect is then ongoing from the 3rd March.
Yeah, also still something that I can mention in our note, but please, I mean, I'm not pleading for your sympathy here, but it took me an entire week to download the data for these 5 months. So an entire week of the codes running nonstop to get to these 1.4 million CNECs. It was not that easy. I mean, it was not an option to extend the time frame. I do admit that. I mean, yeah, it's only 5 months, but still, it's the most that we could do. But we clarify some aspects in the notes, obviously.
And I think that in March on our side, from what has been published, we also see some issues. So maybe there are other issues, but we also see in March occurrences with default flow-based parameters or very small domains. But maybe it's another cause, of course, that we don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe let's finish the presentation, Nico. Yeah.
Okay, and there was a question on the Da Vinci, and I guess we can come back to that later because it will still be relevant later on in the presentation. But so I explained RAM equals to 0. I also explained that there are fallback and spanning. So this figure it's one of the first one of our study. It shows that, and especially during the summer of last year, a very significant amount of MTUs had fallback applied, so fallback or default flow-based parameters. Spanning does not happen that often because, as Jerome also said in this presentation, it's mostly for a lot of consecutive hours, so spanning is not possible to be applied. But still, I mean, in some weeks in the month of August, we were nearing 70-75% of all the MTUs which had fallback applied. So that's a bit concerning. This has improved with again a peak in December and February, and we see that in February it was rather stable. But still, all in all, I mean, these numbers are a bit concerning, and we really urge all the project parties to limit this as much as possible after the go live, because as we will see later on, default flow-based parameters spanning 0% RAM, these have a huge impact on the capacity calculation results. And that brings us seamlessly to the results, and just to show where we come from, what we originally had in mind were the results based on all the CNECs. So at first we did not know that there was such a significant hour with RAM 0 CNECs. So we were looking at these RAM values per TSO And we saw some TSOs, some German ones, Austrian ones, Polish, from the Netherlands, with very low RAM values, sometimes even below 1% of Fmax, and that is on average on all the connects over a 5-month period. So I mean, obviously that's ridiculously low, and we knew that something was wrong. So that's why we looked further into the data, and that leads us to the blue results, where we filtered the amount of hours where we filtered out all the hours where there were RAM values equal to 0. Again, a bit uncomfortable since we do not know the reasons for that, but still the only way to get representative results. And there we see, I mean, more results in line with what we expected, so in line with what we see in CWE region, for example, but still huge differences among the TSOs, because some TSOs have average RAM values close to or even exceeding 80% of Fmax, which is obviously great. We of course we also looked at what Lta is doing, because that is our TSO. We see there it's between 60 and 70%, which is, I mean, not great, but still, I mean, acceptable, I guess. It's in line with the 70% rule and the national derogation, I mean, in order of magnitude. But we see some other TSOs still, when you exclude all the RAM values that do not equal 0, which I mean, those TSOs still have RAM values between 30, 40, 50%, which is very low. And I mean, it's easy to view here about which TSOs we are speaking, and those are mostly German, Austrian TSOs. Also from I believe from the Netherlands, it was also rather low, and those are TSOs, and that you also see in our note and in the next slide, which suffered from very high reference flows.
Nico, just the clarification question in the chat. People ask, what is the Da Vinci fallback?
Yeah, we'll get back to that, I guess. Perhaps at the end, but also there's a slide on individual validations, which we can use to answer that. So as I was saying, reference flows. If you again here, the representative results are the blue ones. Some TSOs have reference flows between 60 and 100% of the Fmax on a certain network element, and that is again average across all the connects across all of those relevant MTUs during the 5-month period. So that's incredibly high, and obviously this impacts the margins which are given in the end as RAM values to the market coupling. And again, here we see that if you look at some TSOs, these results are very bad. If you look at other TSOs, these results are rather good. So there is there's a clear uneven impact according to which TSO you consider, and that is problematic. And then this was probably the most striking figure that we had, and this links to the remark that was made by Dietmar earlier. We see that if we look at the results without filtering out the 0 RAM values, that there are huge individual validations for some TSOs, up to 100%. And if we filter those hours with 0 RAM values, then this issue disappears. And then we see, for example, Lta, which has fairly high IVAs on average, but also RTE, TenneT Netherlands again, but still very strong differences among the TSOs. So what we can conclude here is that these RAM values, which are equal to 0, are actually resulting from the application of very high individual validations. And we only see individual validations in the results. We do not see coordinated validations, because obviously core coordinated validation does not exist today. But we have the Da Vinci project, which is a coordinated validation among a subset of core TSOs. And there So, I mean, this is a pilot project that is being implemented, and perhaps the relevant TSOs can explain this a bit better to answer the question of Edward, but still these are reported as individual validations. And we don't know what exactly happened or what caused these high individual validations, if or if not they result from the application of the Da Vinci project on certain TSOs. We do not know that, and this is not clearly labeled in the data, so we can only guess what went wrong here and what distorted the results in this quite dramatic way. So yeah, maybe, yeah, there is a hand raised.
Yes.
Yeah.
Anis Benzati from Amprion. Perhaps an idea how you could proceed. You could split between days where fallback has been applied and days where no fallback has been applied. And then you can see a completely different picture and see the effect when the Da Vinci fallback distorts the results, because what Dietmar tried to explain, the issue with euphemia, it was seen that that not only on pre-solved elements IVA or very high IVAs have been applied, but for all CNECs, which are then flagged as pre-solved, that means that the number of CNECs when the old Da Vinci fallback has been applied raises immensely. So yeah, and mixing all the data together, that leads to these high percentages. And I'm sure that on the JAW page, the days where DFP unspanning were applied is published. So that could
They
be
are
an
indeed.
idea.
Yep. They are, but we cannot. I mean, yeah. The point is, I mean, we can easily filter those out. I mean, it's not easy, but it can be done. Yeah, indeed, the RAM values equaling 0, that's something different, and that is not. Yeah, it's not transparently labeled. So I mean, I understand your argumentation, and I understand this workaround of presenting the 3-step analysis, but still that is a workaround, and I guess what would be even better than us trying to indirectly guess the impact of the Da Vinci fallback would be that the TSOs transparently label why they apply validations.
Anish?
It's already published when there is a fallback applied, and it's the same procedure which we TSOs do when we analyze data. We filter based on the days where we have DFPs because it's not representative for all the TSOs.
No, you're right. But when there are so many RAM values equaling 0 on those MTUs or on those CNECs, it is not labeled as being an issue. It is not labeled. So we see during those hours huge individual validations, which we understand now result from errors in the Da Vinci calculation. But this is not labeled, and there is no reason given by the TSOs as to why these IVAs are so high and why the RAMs are 0.
And in the real life, I mean, we will have to cope with all cases. I mean, fallback or not fallback. So I think it's important to keep that in mind as well. I mean, we can of course watch what the results are when there is no fallback. It's an interesting information, but we need to keep in mind that when we go live, we will have probably those fallback. Hopefully not too often, but so we need to be careful with excluding them.
Exactly my point. It's very uncomfortable to have to do this based on our arbitrary assessment that we should filter out 0 RAM values.
Okay, let's move on.
Well, a final comment on that, because this local validation, this consortium of German TSOs, APG and TenneT Netherlands, developing this local validation, it is a new development, and for sure it caused problems at the beginning, and we end up in when there is a disturbance in IT or process, that we end up in a fallback. But we see that more and more we stabilize that, and hence it should be an exceptional case that we end up in Da Vinci fallback. It was quite often in the past. However, it is a new development, business process and IT, and in the future we will not see many Da Vinci fallbacks anymore. And it's still operator training, stabilizing IT and process, because it's maybe a little bit misleading for those not being close to that we so often mention Da Vinci fallback. In practice, there should be no Da Vinci fallback, and it will really be limited in practice. However, today, operators have to work in parallel CWE process and core simulation process, and then sometimes the priority is given to the operation process. And for sure, in real operation, it should be really exceptional that we have a Da Vinci fallback. That was the learning period, development period in recent months, and I'm sure that we will not see it often in practice.
So,
we cannot
Dietmar, what you're saying is that it is basically now there's no IT issue anymore. It's now the recent ones are more operational, and yes, that the stability is now up to speed. Is that right?
There have been also operator mistakes when testing that, and it's still learning period, but we are quite sure we as Amprion lead this process from our control center, and I'm more than optimistic that we will reduce the number or bring that to 0.
Okay, Nico?
I was just shortly to react on that, because I mean I understand your concerns and your reservations, and I mean I also take note of your confidence that this will be solved. I mean we are calling on you to actually solve this. So obviously we know it's a limited number of MTUs, however, with a huge impact. We hope that it will be even more limited after the go live. But just to explain what we did, and I mean I can accept a lot of criticism on the work, but saying that it is a bit misleading. I mean I understand your point, but what would be misleading if we would just report the data as it is being published. We took a lot of precaution and effort, and we really dug into the data to look into what was actually happening. And at some point in time, we can only report our findings as neutral as possible, and that's what we are doing here. That's what we'll do in our study as well. So yeah, I guess I hope that you can use these findings to identify if there are any further issues which have not been resolved yet, and I hope that you can do this quite quickly.
That indeed is a fair point, and it's also good to have the opportunity to explain this. I think, Nico, thank you. But let's go on with the other topics. Yeah.
So also on the adjustments for min RAM, so the virtual margins, let's say, that the TSOs are giving in order to comply with the minimum RAM requirements, we see a huge difference between the TSOs. So yeah, here the scale on the x-axis is much smaller. Obviously, it does not go up to 100% like in the other figures, but still, I mean, we see major differences, and this also relates to different ambition levels, because certain TSOs try to comply as much as possible with the 70% with or without derogation. Others comply with the values in the linear trajectories resulting from the action plans, which translates naturally into different adjustments for min RAM. And again, here, quite significant differences if you look at the entire data set, or if you only look at the data sets which has already the RAM 0 values filtered out. So that's on the results. We have other concerns. I just list one here. It might seem like a minor one, but it's just a bit exemplary of what we have been struggling with. and that is TSOs. If you look at the left-hand table, they report the way in which they calculate the Fmaxes. So that can be in a dynamic manner, really taking into account weather conditions and wind speeds in order to increase the ampacity of a certain line. Others apply a seasonal limit or a fixed limit. We were actually wondering, because we saw in this table that Elia states that they apply seasonal ratings on all of its connects, while we know for a fact that they have dynamic line rating modules and that they do apply dynamic line rating. So we asked our contacts at Elia, and they confirmed that there was just an error in the reporting. In this case, what is actually being done is better than what is reported, because they are reporting to apply seasonal ratings, while in reality they are applying dynamic line ratings. So we actually had a look at the Fmaxes per connect, and I've plotted them in the right-hand figure. And there we see indeed for Elia, which is the second from the left on the first row, that indeed they apply dynamic ratings on their Fmaxes. But some TSOs do the opposite, and some TSOs claim that they apply dynamic line rating on their lines. At the same time, when we plot the Fmax values on those lines, we just see a straight line, or we see a line that increases once and then drops again. So suggesting that they do a fixed rating or a seasonal rating. And this might not seem like a big deal, and it might seem like we are really insisting on details, but this is just exemplary of the kinds of issues that we have in the data. And this is something that should be fixed. And we do not know if other such issues also exist, because these are huge data sets, and it's very difficult to access them, to process them, and to get meaningful results out of them. So that's a bit the reason why I'm raising this, not specifically because we think that everyone should report how they calculate the Fmaxes correctly. Because, I mean, obviously we do, but that's not our point. Our point is more that the data should be accurate and correct, that's a bit what we are trying to say here. Then in order to conclude, I have a couple of questions, and maybe you can answer a couple of them, or we can take a couple of them in the next presentations as well, because I can imagine you will also explain a bit what you intend to do from now until the go live. So, but given these results, how can we know that what we publish or what we assess and analyze is correct? How can we explain the outliers, because it is not being published transparently what these kinds of outliers mean. What will the TSOs do in order to avoid that these issues materialize after the go live? What kinds of improvements could be foreseen on fairly short notice, hopefully, to increase the accessibility and the performance of the publication tool, in order to ensure that all the stakeholders can access this data. So yeah, before going to your answers or to the discussion, I just have one final slide, which is just the announcement that on Friday we will publish our entire report. So it goes obviously much broader than just the issues that we presented here, and obviously there are good elements in there as well, which we also highlight in the notes. We also had a look at the market coupling results. Here we only presented you capacity calculation concerns, but market coupling is equally important, and those results were also analyzed. So yeah, that you can read this from Friday onwards. So we have some material to read over the weekend or the next week, whatever you prefer. But yeah, in any case, that's a bit our position.
Thank you very much, Nico. I think if you go to the previous slide, I think most of the questions will be treated later. I think we already discussed the. Could you go to the previous?
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah. I think we discussed already about the high percentage of our where RAM is 0. The others, I think, will be dealt with later. So I propose to go now to the next topic. Like I said, it is a bit. We have multiple topics, and we lose perhaps a bit of momentum. But for the publication and the data, we have a separate item on the agenda. So I propose now to go to the intraday topic, and then come back to these questions basically.
Yep. Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks.
So, and for intraday, Hélène.
Yes. So for intraday, we will start with the presentation from Acer, I think.
Yeah, giving the current status of the referral.
Yeah.
Yeah. Zoran, are you in the call?
Yes, I am. Let me just share.
Do you want to share your screen?
No problem, just a second. Yes. You can see my.
You're hard to hear. That's better. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I will try because we are currently sharing the office. If there are problems to understand me, you will give me maybe 5 minutes, then I will switch the place.
Oh, but this is okay. Thank you.
Okay. So yes, the core IDCCM First Amendment was referred to us in the beginning of February due to the necessity to coordinate the start with the day-ahead flow-based, expected go live 20th of April, and the decision is planned until 13th of April. And we so far keep this plan, although it is the formal deadline is somewhere mid of or beginning of August. Now we had lots of common proceedings with core TSOs and NRAs and provision to EWG. And then finally the amended methodology has yesterday been submitted to the Board of Regulators for the favorable opinion. We had two main rather opposite issues with IDCC. The first one about security was the one to trigger the referral to Acer, and then it was more and more obvious that we also have some opposite concerns. Namely, the first concern is about security, as the required Lta inclusion approach, which will be applied inevitably due to the coordination with DEHA approach, does not allow the direct control over the LTA portion on capacity provided per CNEC. There is a security concern. So-called extended LTA inclusion or ELI approach will be applied on the head level. It requires equivalent optimization-based intraday ATC extraction on the intraday level. And the problem is that ELI prevents the CNEC-wise control of whether to include or not the certain portion of LTA inclusion. It was not so with LTA margin approach. There will be some more details in the TSO's presentation afterwards. I hope that you can hear me. I'm sorry for that. Then the second one is a concern about low intraday capacities, as will be presented by the TSOs a few minutes afterwards. We saw historically that core intraday ATCs were higher on average and less frequently on zero level. This level was 26% of cases. These simulations that TSO have done and the history cannot directly be compared, but still they provide some benchmark, and I will explain this into details. So you hear in the first bullet, we are dealing with the LTA inclusion and how to control it. On the other hand, we saw that size of capacity and occurrence of zero highly depends on inclusion of the virtual margins. That means AMR and LTA margin. Yes.
Yeah, I just have a clarification question. Maybe you answer it later on, but on the first point, What is difficult for me to understand is what is changing compared to current situation, because as far as we understand, the LTA inclusion applies in CWE today. So, and it seems to work. So what is making the maintaining this LTA inclusion in intraday, what is making it challenging in the future compared to current situation?
Yes, the default methodology before this amendment was the LTA margin inclusion. LTA margin means that each TSO for its connect can decide whether 0 or 20% or 70% of LTA would be included on their connects, and that way directly increase RAMs. Because this is a physical addition on the RAM of a certain connect. With the LE approach, there are flow-based domain and separate LTA domain, and decision whether or not to include some LTA portion is done on the border level. So that means that if two TSOs decides to include some LTA component, it might end up on the connects of a TSO which didn't want to include any LTA inclusion in the first place. This is the result of the optimization algorithm. And on a core level, some TSOs were concerned about the fact that they can, for example, decide on 0 or very low level of LTA inclusion, but still end up with extraction of ATC, which includes some LTA because of other, let's say, more far borders. That's the difference that caused this referral, if I'm clear enough.
Yeah, well, to be honest, it's still not very clear to which extent the extension is creating problem in this LTA inclusion. We do not really understand, or at least I do not really understand. Maybe some colleagues do.
Well, I explained the principles. TSOs later on can talk about the concrete values. Just I explained the principles that you can control LT inclusion on your borders, but that does not mean that through LE approach, some of connects in your TSO will not have increased RAM because of LTA, because of other distant borders. And then there was a question of, let's say, excessive long-term capacities, which can end up across the whole core region as additions to RAM, and we try to find simple solution for that issue. So that means we need LTAs to increase the capacities, but also there are concerns if they are not controlled on a TSO or connect level, this could endanger security. That was the main problem with issuing the proper and balancing solution here. If I can go on, then we can come back later on. Maybe it will be easier and more clean. So our options were, as I said, to provide sufficiently high capacities based on leftovers and to control efficiently LTA inclusion through validation. We were thinking in some point of time about mandatory inclusion of virtual margins on intraday level, but it became controversial for some arrays from the legal point of view. So there were some, let's say, some TSOs were for that kind of setting the LTA and AMR, but not all NRAs were for that. Actually, they strongly opposed. For the validation, we consider that evening of D-1 with having DACF network models containing operating point of their head market is a suitable case for validation, where a combination of DACF results plus the possible influence of intraday ATCs could provide more or less credible information to TSOs how much capacity they can allow. However, TSOs were concerned about the lack of time to develop procedures and the tools and having no experiences, especially in case where this validation would be related not only to their own borders, but also to more distant borders, let's say to the whole core or almost whole core based on the sensitivity factors that we would, let's say, provide. Therefore, having all this in mind, currently Acer is considering the following way forward. This would be the focusing, first of all, the focusing the whole amendment only to the transition period, first year, and treatment of leftovers after SDAC. All other, or almost all changes, let's say, of the main document, of the main part of the methodology would be left after 1 year, and possible amendment can be done then, where we would have some or much more experience with the practical procedure. There will be no mandatory but voluntary LTA inclusion for virtual margins, LTA and RAMR ID. We saw some results in this because we saw the will of TSOs to increase initial LTA and AMR based on our discussions. So the core TSOs will later on present the level of inclusion of LTA and AMR before our proceedings and after, and we can see that at least the level of voluntary inclusion is at least equal or a bit better than previously intended mandatory inclusion of some minimal floor for these two parameters. Of course, we expect further gradual increase after the go live based on the experience that TSOs would gain through the process. The problem with excessive LTA inclusion we would solve by providing a cap in order to control their influence on network security. This cap captures 90% of LTAs and cuts only the excessively high ones. These are roughly 10%. So we think that this security issue might be resolved in this case. And finally, because there are obviously no conditions or TSOs don't feel comfortable about some more complex cross-regional validation, we would go for bilateral validation of intraday ATCs, but with allowing local transitional solutions such as CWE to control the excessive ATCs, but also to enable certain increase of ATCs where feasible. This increase is taken, the value of 300 megawatt has been taken at the one that is already applied in the CWE subregion. Of course, we expect that the coordinated validation should be further developed based on DACF data with support of the coordinated capacity calculator. As we also been mentioned by the TSOs, we recognize these ATC extraction adjustments, which are close to be applied, which will not be ready for the go live, but we open the space and the possibility for them in our decision and methodology so they can be applied whenever they are ready and if they are agreed among the TSOs. So this is basically the situation with referral of this amendment to Acer. If you have any questions.
There is a question from Jérôme.
Yes, thank you, Zoran, for the presentation. I have a question. So starting with this this voluntary approach, because you say like a mandatory approach to LTA inclusion and MinRAMs is sensitive or controversial in some TSOs and NRAs. So I'm wondering a little bit how we're regulating things these days. Don't we try to have objectives and not just like just try to cater for everybody's interests? And more specifically, so how can we understand how this translates into capacity availability, like on average, like amounts of hours and MTUs during which we have no capacity at all at certain borders, these kind of things, because that will be really the things that will matter for market participants. And then finally, in terms of how we set rules, there's like I think like generally we've tried to set kind of like high level rules that create an objectives for TSOs, and which can be deviated from based on good justifications, rather than setting a low standards and relying on the goodwill or on comfort to ensure that that we reach high levels of welfare. So again, with this whole idea of what we want is an improvement of the system, how would a voluntary approach do that, both in practical terms, whether the effects of a voluntary approach and how have you modeled that compared to a mandatory approach, and in terms of the regulatory approach to this.
Yes, first of all, I have to say that in assessing the effects of mandatory and voluntary approach, we checked and we were based on the simulations provided by the TSOs on always on the same set of data and business days and changing these parameters. Indeed, as there is no mandatory approach, there is no fixing of a clear need in sense of providing numbers for TSOs, how much of LTA and AMR they have to include. On the other hand, right in the end of these proceedings, we have these values of LTA and AMR. You will see them in the next presentation provided by the TSOs, and they provide at least that level of capacity which was intended to be with the mandatory approach with the minimal values. Legally speaking, we are referring to the Article 16 of electricity regulation, namely 16.4, for example, the maximum level of capacity of the interconnection transmission network affected by cross-border capacity shall be available to market participants complying with safety standards. So the safeguard, which is not direct, neither explained because there was no time to provide some complex link with the legislation in this methodology, but this reference provides the responsibility and obligation towards TSO to comply and to provide maximum capacity available, which complies with security standards. That is what we have now. Yes.
Yeah, but come on, we've developed KACM on the basis of the electricity regulation. KACM itself was not a network code, so we developed methodology to make sure we have real rules and stuff like this. So, and if in the end the methodologies don't set the standards and we rely on the fundamentals of the electricity regulation, aren't we back to square one on this one?
Would not say, because first of all, KACM was developed before the electricity regulation, and
yeah, the maximization of capacity in all time frame is there since the second directive. So
yes, but as here we have a change of day ahead and intraday and change of the region in the same moment. We cannot refer to any historical value. We are referring maybe too much to them, and TSOs are, let's say, complying a little bit about it because they are calculated and used in different conditions. And there is no, in our simulations, for example, there is no validation which could even improve capacities in historical values. They are not coordinated. They have the possible, let's say, validation and improvement of capacities and so on. So if you don't have a clear reference from history, you cannot say, I want to have X% of historical capacities, knowing that we have to get rid of them because they are not coordinated. So unfortunately, there is a sort of let's say area and time where we have to jump in and let's say face with the new situation on day ahead and intraday level, according to the best possible information and simulations that we have. We see that these values are improving. We as Acer are not happy with them. We would like these values to be higher. We see TSOs are struggling to provide some methodological improvements to increase them. Unfortunately, they will be a bit late and provided after the go live, and we had 2.5 months to deliver something which is meant to be delivered in 6 months. So under these constraints, I guess that this is the best that we could provide.
Maybe then first a question. You mentioned some legal issues raised by some NRAs. Could you clarify what this refers to? Because it's a bit surprising for a practice that is in place today in CWE. And then maybe just a point, but I guess for further discussion later on when TSO will present the result. Going now live with something that would be a step back, maybe should be, carefully assessed. If it's a question of time for developing tools, then we should maybe see if we cannot take this time to develop it. But that's a point for discussion later on. I would maybe first be happy to understand what are the legal issues you mentioned.
The legal issues are mainly those, as far as I understood, our colleagues from some NRAs. They could also speak for themselves. At least 2 NRAs raised the question of providing mandatory floor for, especially for min-RAM values, and it's not a new thing that we have a different interpretation of obligations regarding 16.8 of the regulation, whether it refers to day ahead or both day ahead and intraday, which is our interpretation in Acer here. So we cannot resolve it in a fast way, where we are trying to resolve it on the CACM 2.0 level. But for this purpose, where we all can agree is to put the reference directly to the regulation. Otherwise, we would put the reference on some lower legal document. So they see, maybe I'm not clear, they see if we put any floor, even 20%, 10%, if we put it in intraday methodology, it will be considered as imposing sort of compliance of intraday capacity calculation with 16.8 article, which they see different.
Benjamin?
I see Eric in
sorry.
the list. But I can go.
Yes, well, I had a question which might be a bit complicated to answer. You're mentioning that there are security concerns and that would lead to the reduction that we could not apply the LTA. Is there any plan to actually give some visibility in terms of risk? So for the market, do we just have to consider that on a random basis, you would have this kind of restrictions? Or do we know roughly when the restriction could happen? For example, they could happen whenever a certain tie line has been disconnected. It could be as well when almost all the generation of one country is running, so that you don't have much redispatch possibilities. Any information that could help us to understand the risk?
We don't have to list all the details and particularities of network models and connect lists. So that all the information that you mentioned is either part of CGM or connect lists of every disconnection will be part of contingencies if it's an outage, or will be a part of normal base case if it's planned disconnection. So this information is already used directly. The information about needs for validation, the values before and after validation will be public and will be provided by the TSO.
I'm sorry, but actually what I'm saying is that we are talking here about security concerns. so that the standard rules cannot be applied under certain circumstances. So there should be some physical drivers for this. And the question is, the TSO might know these things, but the market might not know it. So the market will know that, for example, there can be some disconnections, but have this disconnection a consequence, yes or no? At the moment, we are kind of blind. So could we get some messages from TSOs on that point?
So basically, I think it's coming back to the point mentioned by Jérôme in the slides that we regret that at this stage we do not have an impact assessment. So it's quite difficult for us to understand the impact and to anticipate. So to know in which kind of situation there will be no or very small capacities and how we can better anticipate that.
Maybe we should go to the next presentation because it will shed some numerical light on it. Benjamin, okay. I don't want to.
But we take the point of Benjamin and then we switch to the presentation from TSOs then.
Yes, thanks. I will try to make it short. Just because, and if you're not surprised, you Zoran, but because I have shared that previously in the proceedings with ESA. We are a bit surprised on how the legal concerns are reported by ESA, because as on one side there has been legal concern reported about including virtual margin, there are also been legal concern, at least reported by ELIA, that the current methodology, which is foreseen with a voluntary approach, from our perspective, is not meeting the legal obligation of CACM. And more specifically, the legal obligation of CACM are setting forth that detailed descriptions of rules for avoiding undue discrimination between internal and cross-zonal trades needs to be included. And as hinted now, this will be a mere reference to the electricity regulation, Article 16, paragraph 4, I understand. We do not deem that as a detailed description of rules for avoiding undue discrimination. So we are very concerned about this, and somehow it relates to the point from Jérôme that we have the electricity regulation with rules further detailed in the CSTM and rules that should be further detailed in the methodologies, and some are referring to the electricity regulation for having a detailed description. It's not, from our perspective, a detailed description. It's a kind of circular reference to a higher level, which is missing quite some details.
Clara?
Yes, so maybe indeed you haven't seen the figures yet provided by the TSOs on what it would mean, the current values of parameters that TSOs propose. Maybe to support both Benjamin's concerns, so we do share the analysis from ELIA. We also do share the context provided by Zoran from Acer on the means we had available in this short period of time. So to find the common ground to have a methodology on the intraday. So we agree that we cannot support a step back. In our view, there's no basis that shows that the day-ahead results are so much better than today that they would provide a valid ground to have a serious reduction of intraday capacity. So that's the first point. But on what's on the table now, we do, as Greg, do not interpret voluntary as a blanco check or a free lunch. It's still indeed to be compliant to Clean Energy Package Article 16, which is, in our view, very precise. It says 30% shall be granted to FRM, loop flows and internal flows, and that shall be enough, I think, for us as a race to ensure compliance of this methodology.
Jérôme?
Yeah, maybe a quick question reaction to Clara. So you seem to be comforted by that. We've seen how many interpretations there've been of Article 16.8 over the past 2.5 years. Like I'm concerned about like very diverging approaches to this when the methodology is supposed to detail the elements, including the minimum capacity to be made available to the market. So yeah, once again for us, it sounds like we're just adding big question marks to a system that is supposed to go live in 3 weeks. So for the moment, I'm like, we're 1.5 hours already in this meeting. I have more questions than when we started. So I hope that the TSOs will provide interesting insights. But for me, I'm rather not reassured by what I'm hearing so far.
Shall we then move on?
Maybe let's look at the TSO slides for the intraday simulations. I think it would be interesting to see some facts.
Okay, then I will take over. Pauline, do you want to say something? Some introduction? No? Good. I'm Sven Sadi from Amprion. Yeah, I'm member of the day-ahead flow-based experts. In order to contextualize a bit the analysis which I will be presenting in the next slides, core TSOs aim to implement the extended LTA inclusion in core, which is reflected in this CCM amendment. This EDI approach describes the combination of two different domains, the flow-based domain, the version one, and the BEX restriction domain, which is the LTA domain. And this is different from the previous procedure, which is just the flow-based domain enlarged with the LTA part. So we have to deal with two different domains. This is part of day-ahead capacity calculation, and it allows a bit of flexibility when making the extraction of the initial intraday ATCs for the intraday market, where we have adjustment factors. These are the LTA Incl and AMR RD, which make it possible for TSOs to make a setting in order to control the virtual capacity in the intraday as starting points. So this change in methodology makes it necessary that the extraction algorithm had to be updated. So the old one is described in the Article 21 of the intraday CCM. It's the iterative approach which is applied, and in order to make the extraction possible, the AD approach. A new linear optimization is needed based on the ballast approach, and that combines two domains, the flow-based and the LTA domain. So either one of the domain would be selected for the ATC extraction, or the ATC is extracted from both domains. This leads us, so these changes are subject of the amendment of the intraday CCM. In October, or between October and November of previous year, a public consultation was held, and the results or the summary of this amendment has been submitted to the core NAAs, and on the 2nd of December of previous year, this amendment has been submitted. And as on NAA level, there wasn't any alignment, complete alignment, and some disagreement concerning the LTA inclusion. This amendment has been referred to ASA, and the referral process started on the 11th of February. And before the referral, TSOs have analyzed, which we can see in the next slides, several scenarios and data based on the parallel one in order to show the functioning of this new approach for the extraction algorithm, as well as making several comparisons between historical data, parallel run data, and sensitivity analysis based on different parameters. So in order to sum up, we've seen, or the analysis has shown, that the algorithm works as expected. It makes the selection of flow-based domain or LTA domains, or the combination of both. And we have noticed that we have a high share of intraday ATCs which are equal to 0, which raises a concern among several TSOs and NAAs. We have to say that this analysis which has been done is based on the first values which have been submitted by the core TSOs, which will be shown later on in the slides. And perhaps some remarks to the low, the low frequency or the high frequency of intraday ATC equals 0. This is partly inevitable due to the allocation in SDAC. So if we have the market clearing point in the edge, then at least the half of the oriented porters will get an ATC in the intraday or initial intraday ATC of 0. So it's kindly inevitable sometimes. Of course, the setting of the parameters, LTA Incl and AMR ID, which were really mostly conservative in the beginning from the TSOs, led, of course, to lower average ATCs on high frequency of ATCs equal to 0. But the algorithm as such, it's not really affecting only these results. So it's not a predominantly property of the algorithm of the intraday ATC extraction. The comparison, the NOAs have requested the comparison between the historical data and the parallel run data in core. We've made such a comparison. It's attached in the annex. But I just want to make some remarks on which could help by during interpreting these results. We are talking always about initial intraday ATCs. So these are the leftovers. These are the beginning ATCs, not the allocated one. The historical day-ahead results differ from the simulated core day-ahead results. Of course, in terms of day-ahead capacities as well as day-ahead allocations. We have to keep in mind that we have only the flow-based in CWE and not in CEE. Furthermore, we had NTC-based, we had the 4MMC, the explicit allocations in CEE. And due to the change in the flow-based intraday on all borders, an optimization on the whole core level leads to changes, of course, in the flows. Therefore, we can't expect that we get an increase in the average capacity on all oriented borders. So it's an effect which is realistic that some borders will get less ATC than what have been seen during the historical or in the historical period. Furthermore, we have to keep in mind that we had several assumptions in the eternal parallel run, like the market behavior, which has been assumed not to change. So results have shown that we had an increase of the frequency of intraday ATCs in a period of roughly 4 months, which we have analyzed. In average, we had an increase from 26% across all core borders to 77%, which is a high increase. We've seen that the historical values are of course higher than simulated ones, but we can see that on some borders we have a complete inverse effect. So it's an optimization across all the core borders. Some borders can profit from that and others not. it's a whole optimization. So what we can see in the next slide is that, of course, all the TSOs share the concern that the high frequency of intraday ATC equals 0 can be tolerated. It's quite alarming in the beginning, having 77% of MTUs having an ATC of 0. We share the view that we are encountering big challenges in the intraday ATC leftover capacities. And all the TSOs are willing to make their best or do their best in order to make it possible to increase the average intraday ATCs and decrease the frequency of ATC equal to 0. To have the ability to increase intraday ATC values, core TSOs, on the other hand, need to have the ability to have an ex-post process to adapt the intraday ATC capacity when operational security issues are observed. And during the discussions with ESA, we have discussed it several times. We don't have complex validation process in place which are able to cope with a kind of coordinated validation process near to real time. That was the biggest concern. And these concerns were, of course, discussed several times and distributed among the NIAs. We have identified two main streams where we can make improvement. We have already started several assessments. So the first one is concerning the methodology. So it's kind of optimizing the algorithm. There are two different points. The first one is we have identified and analyzed the possibility of setting very low zone-to-zone PTDFs to 0. That means these connects would be neglected in order, or the sensitivity would be neglected in order to allow a higher ATC during the inter ATC extraction and decrease the high frequency of ATC equal to 0. And there is another point which could be improved in the algorithm. It's what we call the minimum ATC. The objective function of this balanced approach tries to maximize the sum of all the average ATCs and the minimum ATCs, and these two terms are multiplied with a factor. But during this step, all the borders are considered in the minimum ATC, and when during the beginning of the extraction, there is no more RAM available in the day ahead, the minimum part will get a 0, which leads to a high frequency of 0 intraday ATCs. This is a possibility to exclude these hubs from the formula in order to make it possible to increase the average intraday ATC and have a better effect. So these are two main points which are on the algorithm side, which could be implemented, but this is not feasible before go live. We have already run several analysis, and later on I will show the scenario X4. I think it's showing one of these options. The second stream is what can be done today. It's setting these reduction factors, Lta Incl and IMR. That's the values which have been which we've been working on during the past weeks and making sensitivity analysis in order to plot the different results. And there was another point which is enabling the full netting on borders for LTA domain. We have already integrated that. So we have already improved these values. We increased the area LTA inclusion and AMR, as Asa already mentioned, and we have included the netting approach. So the core intraday CCM amendment and decision of ASA is expected to give core TSOs the possibility to implement and improve algorithm and configure the reduction factors. We expect that we will get the possibility to include the first point, which is setting the PTDFs to 0 and considering the min ATC, because it has yeah, it has potential to lead to better results. We can see the results later. However, the ACER process to decide on the final intraday CCM amendment is ongoing. Therefore, the methodology is not yet final, as already stated some minutes ago. Yeah, so let's have a look rapidly on the scenarios. I will just focus on some of them because, yeah, otherwise we won't make it in time. So from the beginning of the ACER referral period in February till mid-March, we've done several analyses and computations, in total 13 scenarios. The scenario number 1 is the scenario based on the first values which TSOs have set before the ACER referral. It's rather a conservative setting. So some some borders have there's a question.
Yes, sorry, it was a question for the scenario 1. Because it's written, it's named Lta Inclusion, but then
yes,
I'm a bit confused.
Yeah, the focus is here set on the Lta inclusion because the AMR factors weren't really a problem here. So it's just tending to show that we have, we can skip to the annex if you want, then we can see the table rapidly with the values of scenario 1 and scenario X3. It's in the annex 2. There is a table in annex 2 where the values for scenario 1, which are the original values in the beginning, which the TSOs have proposed, and the scenario X3 are the current ones after the ACER referral. That would give you some insight on these values. And here for scenario 1, Helena, it just said that there are just some borders which are alone the LTA, yeah, most of the borders don't allow
no real Lta inclusion in scenario 1, right?
In scenario 1, there are just these borders which are shown, the French-Belgian border, which has full Lta inclusion, and the Hungarian, and the Croatian-Slovenian border, which has 20% of Lta inclusion, and the other borders have 0.
So maybe just a suggestion for helping us understanding those very complex topic. Maybe you should rename it like partial Lta inclusion, because I was confused when I read the slide this morning.
Yeah, as I said, yeah, we can rename it. The concrete values are the annex, so it helps to understand. Yes, but you are right. So it's just a partial Lta inclusion, just some borders which have Lta inclusion, and the others have an Lta inclusion factor of 0. In the X2 scenario, what we can see is, or what we have set there, is a minimum of 20% of MinRAM. And if the TSOs are providing, let's say, 70% of MinRAM in the intraday extraction, then 70% would be taken. So just the maximum, but at least 20%. Similar approach for the LTA inclusion. The full LTA has been included here. So it's different from the scenario 1. There is for all borders, there is a full LTA which is included, but it is capped for the borders which have an LTA greater than 1,500 MV. So the scenario X2 shows much higher values than in scenario 1. And the scenario 3, these are the new values which have been provided as of the 18th of March by the TSOs as new values. Perhaps it would be good to have just a short look on the annex in order that everyone can see the values, because it's not really described here. In the annex 2, you can see the scenario 1 and the scenario X3. It's 64. Yeah, thank you very much. So The upper part shows the Lta inclusion values. The actual one are those for scenario 1. And as you can see, there are very low values. Elia has a value of 1, and we can see the 0.2 for LH. And for Lta inclusion new, the yellow one, these are the new values which are now provided by the TSOs. After having a referral with ASA, you can see these values are much greater. And you have here, for example, when you see 0.001, it's including the netting, which will allow to have ATCs in one direction, which wasn't the case in the beginning. So all the TSOs have provided much greater values after the referral period, which will be shown in the scenario 3, which impact this has. On the lower part, there is the IMR ID values, and it's the same effect here. You can see in the beginning they were relatively low, but now almost all the TSOs have provided at least 20% IMR values. Could you please skip back to the to the other slide? Thank you. So we've seen the values for scenario 1 and for scenario 3. As said, scenario 2 is just maximizing these values and capping, maximizing the AMR and capping the LTA to 1,500 if it's exceeded. And the scenario X4 is in fact based on the scenario X3. But we have additionally to that one of these procedures which I have described, which could be implemented after go live. It's setting the very low PTDFs to 0. And we will focus here in the analysis just on the scenario X4001. It's making a cap, or it's setting the PTDFs to 0 when the threshold of 1% is reached. We've analyzed 73 business days from the beginning of January until the end of April. There is this parameter, which is part of the optimization function, of the objective function. It's a W sum. It just describes the share of min ATC and average ATC during the extraction. So it's a kind of parameter which allows different setting. It has been fixed here to 0.5% after making a sensitivity analysis upfront. So in the next slide, we can see a summary showing all the scenarios. Here are 4 KPIs which are represented. From the left side, you see the KPI number 1. On the right side, you can see the KPI number 4. So we go through these KPIs and explain them rapidly. So the first KPI just describes the average intraday ATC across all the oriented borders of core and for the whole period, which we have analyzed. The second KPI gives us the frequency of ATC equal to 0 per oriented border. Exactly for of course for all the time steps which we have examined. As we have all the parties or most of the parties had concern about the very low frequency of intraday ATCs. The second KPI is perhaps the most important one, and of course the lower the better. The third KPI describes how the algorithm works and how often each domain is selected. So it shows the frequency of domain selection. The objective function selects even a combination of both domains or just one domain. And here you can see in red is shown the timestamps or the share of timestamps when just the LTA domain is selected. And then you have the combination of both and only if the floor-based domain is selected, is shown separately. The fourth KPI, I will describe it later, is just related to the scenario X4. Let's have a look on the three first KPIs and then explain later the fourth KPI. So the first three plots, when we look to the scenario number 1, on the first plot with the KPI 1, we can see that we have an average intraday ATC of 440 MV. When we skip to the next scenario, which we wanted to focus on, which is the scenario X2, there we can see that we have an increase, a very large increase of average intraday ATCs. This is of course normal because we have provided much more virtual capacity. We have mainly provided all the LTA for all hubs and just cut it to 2,500. When we have a look now on the frequency of intraday ATCs, we can see that in the scenario number 1, which was very conservative, very few parties have provided LTA inclusion. We can see that the frequency of ATC0 is very high, 77%. And when moving to scenario X2, which is let's say the other extremum providing very high virtual capacity, then we can see that we have a decrease until 26%. A scenario in between is of course the scenario X3 with the values which TSOs have provided recently. There we can see that the scenario X3 in terms of KPI number 1, we have an increase of average intraday ATCs compared to scenario number 1, but it's smaller than in the scenario 2. In terms of frequency of intraday ATCs equal to 0, we can see that we reach almost a frequency of 50%. Compared to 77% when compared to the reference, but compared to 26% when compared to scenario X2. These values are fully logical when we see the setting of the parameters, which has a very big impact on the intraday ATCs. When moving, we can see on the KPI number 3 how often the domain, which domain is selected. In the reference case, we can see, for example, we are talking about scenario number 1. We don't focus on the reference case. Scenario number 1 shows that almost 90% of the timestamps, the flow-based domain only is selected, and only in approximately 10% of the timestamps, the LTA domain is selected. When moving to scenario X2, we see a completely different picture. We have mostly all the timestamps, or 90% of the timestamps, where we have LTA domain. It's because we provide this virtual capacity that it's selected because it gives greater ATCs than the flow-based domain. And in the scenario X3, we can see a share of 50-50%. So sometimes the flow-based domain is selected, sometimes the BEX restriction domain is selected. When checking now, we can now move to the fourth scenario, which is the X4-001. This scenario describes, it's similar to scenario X3, but it's an improvement compared to scenario X3. That means that we made an improvement in the algorithm when moving from X3 to X4. We haven't changed the settings of the parameters. The LTA Incl and AMR ID are kept the same. And there we can see, between X3, we have an average intraday ATC of 612. When we move to scenario X4, the medium one, we can see an increase to 775. The frequency of intraday ATCs equals 0. We can see here an improvement too. It's a very small improvement. We have a decrease to 51% compared to 52%. And now in order to describe the effect of the KPI number 4, of course, it has some drawback. The KPI number 4, we neglect some flows, of course, and we have to show to what extent these flows are neglected. So it's compared to considering some capacities which we are not really physically aware of them. This is the fact of changing the PDFs and setting them to 0. On the right side, you can see 2 indicators. It's the maximum neglected flow per hours, in percent of Fmax. On the first, on the left side, we can see the maximum across all the hours which have been examined, and on the right side, we can see the average. And the orange one shows the 1% threshold, which has been described now in the scenario X4001. Perhaps just one last information, you can see when comparing in the KPI number 3, the scenario X3 to the scenario X4, that we have quite big change in the domain which has been selected. We are moving from 50% virtual domain or LTA domain to 17%, and increasing the share of the flow-based domain. So these are mainly the results. In the next slides, perhaps I want to guide you through all these plots, because we've seen these are 6 different plots. Perhaps you can skip rapidly to the last one. I will just describe the procedure. The objective is that each TSO or each NRA can have a look on the border. Where are the changes? These plots are split among two slides. So in this slide, this is the second slide of the analysis. You can see the second part of the 36 borders, and on the right side, you can see the core average. So the average across all the 36 borders. The upper plot shows the average intraday ATC in MV. And the lower diagram shows the probability of 0 ATCs in percent. And when you have a closer look on that, you can see when moving from one scenario to another, there are some borders which gain ATC and other borders which will have less ATC. And and the average across all the core borders is of course maximized, which is shown on the right side.
Maybe that's a question from Jerome or a remark.
Yes, thank you. If we could go back to the KPI slides, it's not super easily readable, but actually I would have a question for Acer, because what I understand is, like, if I focus on KPI 2, thinking about the need for market participants to have capacities in intraday to make sure that we can adjust portfolios, trade in real time, etc. If we get the mandatory min, RAM, and LTA inclusion out, we're systematically in scenarios where we have more than 50% of MTUs where there is 0 capacity, if I read this well. So I'm wondering and that's a question for Zoran, probably then more than for TSOs, like coming back to the discussion we had earlier, is that how can we be, and how can Acer be comfortable not requesting mandatory LTA inclusion and min RAM 20% if we end up in a system where there's no guarantee that we have ATC capacities in intraday. And just as a short reminder, again, we're in a world, I looked at the prices for today's intraday market. We're in a world where we have intraday prices well above 300 euros per megawatt hour, like at this time. So I'm struggling to understand the direction that is being taken right now on this. So I'd be happy to have Acer's view on this.
Jerome, maybe it's good to finalize the presentation on this, because then you get the full picture of also the next steps. So that that also gives the full information.
Yeah, but I understand next steps are. I mean, they will be interesting to learn, but I understand that next steps are voluntary things on
And
which
they are not at the go live. So
Yeah.
No, but to get the full picture, I think it would be good to have that information now. Then we can go
Okay.
further with the discussion with Acer.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, so maybe I can present that. It's slide 20, the next one, Lars. Indeed, it's the way forward, because as mentioned already by Anesh, core TSOs are concerned about these low values, and they are working on further improving this with the outlook of having the voluntary LTA parameters and the AMR parameters. These are the next steps to further work on improvements. I think there's 4 things that are important to highlight here. The first one is these algorithmic improvements that have been, I think, elaborated on by Anesh. These are foreseen, but they are foreseen after the go live, as they require some development and changes to central tools. But the proof of concept is promising that this will support in especially reducing the amount of ATCs being 0 on multiple borders. So this is a good step forward, but indeed, as Hélène already mentioned, this is something for after the go live. 2 things that we request TSOs and that we are working on with TSOs is to investigate possible implementations of local solutions that could already avoid ATCs being 0 earlier on, so before the go live. So all parties are working on implementing validation tools to allow for as high parameters as a starting point as possible. But there's, of course, as mentioned also earlier on, still the possibility to, after having these initial IDATCs, and the values you've seen today are initial IDATCs, to still have an increase on a bilateral basis afterwards. So maybe this is something that can also further support, so to be further investigated. In the end, the aim is to see if with more robust tools and some more time, of course, these parameters can be further increased. So that's for the local tools, the second step. So these are the 2 bullet points on the slides. And in general, TSOs will work on an impact analysis to analyze whether issues in security can be overcome or how they can be overcome to allow for higher IDATC values, which also comes with the 4th point, of course, the monitoring of the values and seeing what indeed in operations this brings in terms of risks. So these are the main improvements that TSOs are working on, for a small part, hopefully still before the go live. But the expectation is that the main things can only be done afterwards, considering also the very short timeline towards the go live.
So thank you, Lina. I think it's good to know that there are ideas on the table, and appreciate it that that the TSOs are thinking about solutions. But to be clear, at this stage, we don't know when these solutions will be ready, and we don't know the impact of these solutions. And what we see today is what was on the slide with the KPIs. We see that without any LTA inclusion, even the one with a cap at 1,500, which as a personal opinion seems a good compromise. We have an enormous amount of time without capacity, and as Jerome was saying, are we ready to make that switch to compare to current situation in current market context? And I think I will join Jerome in the question towards Acer, and happy to have Acer's views on that.
Yes, if you allow, well, according to Jerome's question, well, nobody in Acer is happy with these results. I think it's clear, and we are quite similar in opinion and expectation. Just our path to provide this expectation, and yours expectation might be different. We even tried with floor, as I explained, with the floor of for AMR inclusion. And finally, you see now in this table that we are more or less on this level, even with the voluntary approach. With the LTA inclusion, I personally don't think that forcing LTA, which exists on the day ahead level, LTA inclusion exists on the day level just to restore the financial position of to pay for the financial transmission rights, mainly because of non-coordinated capacities between long-term and day ahead. And so this was a sort of patch on day ahead level. Now, without having any better solution, we continue using LTA on intraday level to extend some capacities again on non-coordinated level. I would be okay with that, and we even proposed the full LTA inclusion with this cap that we provided, if the TSOs are able to validate this properly, to secure their network in a coordinated validation. That means if we include full LTA, this is a sort of surprise for TSOs in sense of exported ATCs, and they need to have to validate the whole core. That means not only bilateral borders. All proposals, unfortunately, regarding the distant validation, sensitivity factors where one TSO can influence ATCs extracted on some third border, where, let's say, there were big TSOs concerns whether this is applicable in such a short time. I understand ourselves, I understand them as well. So indeed, this is the best way, and the capacity calculation region is, to my mind, something that needs to be coordinated not only in the capacity calculation, but very much in the capacity validation. But if this possibility is not available for us, and we cannot enforce TSOs to accept such obligation in a short period, we have to back to the voluntary approach, which obviously provides some effects. And we have to back to this simple validation, unfortunately. Simple validation provides also possibilities for increased, and we saved the procedures which are existing in CWE, increase-decrease procedure. We were informed that there are possibilities up to 300 megawatts per border, and there are intentions of other TSOs in Central East part of the core regions to apply something either bilateral on sub-core, sub-regional level. So we have to believe that this is going to be sufficient. Remember that only in this process we decreased the expected level of zero ATCs from 77 to 52% already. This is still not 26%, maybe it'll never be 26% because we had non-coordinated ATCs back in the days. And we have, if we start with that kind of values, and we have further measures like increase, decrease, and validation, which could increase capacities. If we have the, let's say, TSO's intention to gradually increase values and LTA and AMR while getting experience. For example, 50 Hertz clearly said that they will start with 0, but very soon they will go for higher values. And if we have these improvements that are expected in a very short time, then there is a possibility that we will have decent ATC values.
I just want to react because I think first on your point on LTA, I disagree with the fact that it is just a financial element. LTAs are capacities that it's true that today it's not coordinated, but there are values on which TSO agree. They calculate the LTA, and those are values on which they feel comfortable to work with for the whole year. So they represent, I guess, and we hope they represent capacities that they feel comfortable to manage. So first, I don't understand why they can't manage them also in intraday. And the second point is we understand all the goodwill and the ideas put on the table, but again, it's if, and you said it yourself, you said if and when. Today, there is simply no view, no planning, no deadline for those if and when. And so are we ready to go live? today, and I say today, it's in a few weeks, and ending up in a situation where we will multiply by 2 the occurrence of zero capacity in intraday in current market context for reasons that we still do not understand. So we mentioned some legal reasons. Okay, maybe it's not said like this in CACEM or in the electricity regulation, but those are practices that are in place today, and we really don't see reasons to remove them tomorrow. Maybe in waiting for those solutions that you mentioned and that TSOs have ideas. So why not saying we keep the current practice? We give a few time for TSOs to elaborate those ideas that they have in mind, and when they come back with concrete ideas, with impact assessment, with deadlines, and with roadmaps, then we can discuss the suppression of the Lta inclusion. I really don't understand the risk we are taking now by removing it, to be honest.
So you are, in other words, you're proposing the delay of the go live, both day ahead and intraday.
I do not propose to delay the go live. I say that today, in the current market situation, it will be extremely dangerous to go live with what is on the table. So either we find a solution to change what is on the table, either indeed we need more time to think about another solution. But and it's a pity our colleagues from IFIEC are not there, but they co-signed also the paper we sent. Are we ready to take those risks in the current market context? I don't have the answer. I just put the question on the table, and I hope that when you will have the discussions in the coming weeks, you will take a sound decision, taking all those elements into account. But I still don't understand why the current practice in place cannot be maintained, at least in the meantime, when TSOs are working on finding new solutions for the intraday.
Yeah, but it's practically the delay of the go live, because intraday cannot be applied. The old intraday cannot continue to be applied in the old way if there is a new way of applying day ahead. This was the whole thing was about it, of this first amendment. And we in ACER were strongly against, and still we are strongly against any delay of the go live, whether from intraday or day ahead point of view, because the damage would be much bigger than the gain. As I said, we are not happy with these values, but they are more and more decent with every improvement, with every new, let's query with the TSOs and their intention. They are building the tools and procedures in the meantime, using all the possible time, all available time. So my opinion is that we have to jump into this and finally approach to the flow based on the core level, which is quite a big achievement.
Well, still, I just repeat the question, and I would be happy to have it in the minutes and answer later on, because still not clear to me why this validation of Lta cannot be done while it is done already. So I don't understand why tomorrow in the new with the core it cannot be done while being done today. Sorry for that. I really don't get it. And I really would welcome also other market participants to share their views on this, because I've been talking a lot, and I don't want to take the floor too much. But to me, the question is very clear: is why the current practice cannot be maintained, and are we okay to accept this situation in the future?
Just to add, but as you say, I will provide more detailed answer in up to the minutes. The core region is now different than CWE, and there are different TSOs and NRAs included, which have different concerns. If something was acceptable for all in CWE, maybe it's not acceptable for the whole core, for the whole new core.
Hélène, if I may react to this.
Sure.
So the fact that it's acceptable or not acceptable, for me, it's a question of like which standards do we set. So I can say I don't agree with something, like still regulation applies to me, so I will have to apply regulation. So it's not about who agrees or not, but it's about doing the right thing. And from what I hear, we're basically, there's going to be an Acer decision taken on the basis of the limited time we have until go live. So we're not regulating on the basis of an objective. We're regulating on the basis of what we can do with basically 1 week to go between the Acer decision and the go live. So this is, for me, extremely worrying. This is even more so worrying in the current context. I'm quite surprised looking at also the other work that Acer is doing, especially on this report that is expected by the end of April by Acer on what is the state of electricity markets, how could they be improved, etc. That we would be jumping, as you say, in a system where not only don't we have certainties about the added value of the system in day ahead, but we're going blind into something in intraday. So I'm a bit lost in terms of the direction that Acer is taking on this one, by not setting minimum requirements to ensure the good functioning of markets, because that's what we need right now. And to answer to your question, we, at least at AFET, we don't have an explicit position right now in terms of the go live dates, but we'll be getting back to our members. But again, what I'm hearing today is fueling even more my worries that we're heading in the direction where we're not going to have a welfare improvement by the go live of flow-based on the 20th of April. So a reserved opinion on this, but we may very well recommend that that flow-based doesn't go live on the 20th of April.
I would also like to jump in a little bit, giving my opinion as being active on the intraday market. This is clearly not a proposal that seems to me sufficiently thought through. What the proposal seems to be jeopardizing what the intraday market can do to provide stability and flexibility today. We're talking about the intraday market, but implicitly we're talking about the welfare that is added by the IGCC, by the Picasso project that is going live, and all of that will be put in jeopardy if intraday capacities are no longer there. I'm not sure if I'm really concerned if all of that has been taken into consideration, and for me this project is not yet ready.
Okay, thank you, Martin. Is there any other comment or question or remark?
I think I will have one comment, which is we apparently want to jump in a bit into the unknown, and I wonder what the TSO think if we start not being able to run the day ahead correctly, and that we can no longer allocate the flows. So in the past, we had instances, we had days where the clearing was not working on Euphemia, and there was a bit of chaos on that day. But if we want to use a process where the countries which desperately need to import cannot import, are the TSOs comfortable with that?
Hello, before the TSO's answer, Helen sent some question in the chat. Just to answer, and this is also related to TSOs. Why wouldn't this be done on CWE level? That means I guess that you are referring to imposing some mandatory approach and so on. From Acer's decision point of view, we cannot provide such asymmetrical approach that something is mandatory for one group of TSOs and not for the other. Then it's a good question, and also for the TSOs, if the TSOs of CWE, why didn't they apply the full LTA inclusion? Because they are able to do this in this voluntary approach. So out of, I think, 8 TSOs, only 2 of them applied full LTA inclusion. We cannot apply this instead of them.
Okay, clear. Thank you for the feedback. But for me, the point remains that TSOs should be comfortable with LTAs because they determine the long-term capacities. And coming back to, I think, the point of Jérôme, the standard should be high, with, of course, then the possibility to have an escape door in case of security issues, and then possibility to reduce, and not the other way around, to have no standards and then voluntary increase. We experience showed that this doesn't lead to good results so far. So I think understood for the CWE. Thank you for the feedback. But then I think the point remains for core.
Yeah, coming back to the question of Eric, what is the added value for day ahead? Well, we have a presentation later in the in this meeting.
It's not added. Sorry, it's not added value. My question is just that if the processes break for day ahead, because we see that there are problems in parallel runs, so we are not 100% confident that it's going to work on the day ahead. Do we think that we can manage the situation, especially in the current context where some countries are pretty tight?
In respect of capacity, or?
In respect of, as you know, the available capacity in France on the nuclear fleet is quite low. In terms of gas curtailment, this could happen. I mean, anything can happen at this stage. Huh? So if we have very strong reduction in the capacities that we can exchange, or the operational processes just break down, that can create, in my opinion, but I would like the TSOs to voice their opinion. Do they think it's manageable for them to have on a regular basis very limited flows allocated on the day ahead?
But then you assume that we haven't solved the problems in the parallel run.
Exactly. But my point is that we are very close to the deadline. So can we build the confidence?
From a TSO side, we think we are technically, yeah.
Well, I understand the concern, to be honest. We can never exclude, and CWE has proven that we can never exclude that there is no day with leading to default service parameters and thus reduced import-export capabilities. We had it in November once, last year in March once as well. And yeah, indeed, having liquidity in intraday has proven to be important in order to pick up again with the exchange capabilities. And when you apply the current, the current outlook of the intraday ATC capacities for core, this opportunity to steer and compensate in day ahead will not be there. After DFPs, if we see what will come out into the ATCs, it will be zero, close to zero. So that is something indeed to be wary of.
Okay. Hélène, I propose to still have a short break.
Yes, I think that's a good idea.
Maybe 10 minutes.
Yeah.
We are running a bit late, but and then pick up with the data quality issue again.
In 10 minutes, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. That's
Okay.
a good idea. Thank you.
Welcome back, everybody. At least I hope you're all back now.
Welcome back.
Yeah, we are running a bit late, but I think it is good, really good to have this discussion because we are at the brink of an important step in the market. We have one topic left from the issues that are the concerns that are raised, and that is the topic on data quality and publication. And Steve, could I give you the floor to explain about this? Maybe it's also, yeah, please go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Ruud. I'm stepping in here for Lina, who had to excuse herself attending a different meeting due to a bit of timing shift of the topics, but I can happily take over here. And I will say a few words on where we are in terms of data quality and publication. Also picking up on an exchange that we had, an informal exchange 2 weeks ago with a few core TSOs and a few representatives from IFID and Market Parties platform, as questions had been raised on the data or sometimes lack of data that was found on the publication tool. And so we prepared 3 slides to bring you a better insight on what happened so far in the parallel run, some difficulties that we experienced, some improvements that we have made, what you can still expect from now until go live. So with the current hypothesis, the coming weeks, and what we have already identified on the list of improvements for after the go live. Now, I know that some of you have been quite active on the Q&A forum, so also take the occasion here to once again make a little promotion for this forum, where you will find, I think, 50, 60 questions with answers that were given by TSOs. And so everything that we have shared also in informal meetings in terms of input can all be found in those answers on the Q&A forum. Next slide, please. So for sure, the external power run hasn't been smooth sailing. When we had the series of DFPs in summer 2021, we hoped that by fixing the root causes that led to these DFPs, that they wouldn't happen so often anymore. So we were a bit disappointed to see it still happening throughout Q4 2021, and also some of them in the beginning of this year. So yeah, we definitely have to admit that our learning curve of getting the process stable and getting also the operational experience of the many steps to be performed by many actors, that this learning curve continued after summer, well into Q1 2022. From the presentations earlier today, we've also all seen that the local validation step is a very important step in the process, that also that step can sometimes fail. It's important to have fallback strategies in place in order not to kill the overall process. These fallback strategies typically lead to reduced capacities. That's something that can also be expected. And therefore, it remains important to also continue the efforts in stabilizing these local validation process to really minimize the occurrences there and the impact that it has bottom line on the capacities. So both the regional and the local level went to a big learning curve there. And we fully admit that it's not an ideal setting for US market parties to have absorbed this learning curve in the results that we publish. with the 10-20% of time where there are either no results or the capacities are really low. So what we could and what we have done is bring transparency on these issues. So we have this list in Excel that we update every week with the limitations that we have experienced, the business days on which they have occurred, and also the fallback strategies in case the issue was individual validation failing. So with that, from our side, we've tried, and we hope it was appreciated, put all the cards on the table. Now we are aware that the logical reflex from your side is please recalculate business days from the past in case issues have occurred. Now that's unfortunately not feasible because it really is an operator run process. So every core TSO, also RSCs, they would need to spend a lot of manpower to redo the process, whilst at the same time still keeping up and running an operational process and doing a power one calculation for the ongoing business days. So that's unfortunately not possible. What we did focus upon is when there were gaps in the publication that we, for which business days had run successfully, but for some reason the days did not end up properly on JAO. We there looked together with JAO to fill these gaps on the publication tool. So there have been some business days that were in the end published that were initially not published as they were as planned. For learning from that, so an enhanced human monitoring was put in place by JAO to more directly, quickly identify if such issue pops up so that we can play shorter on the ball. And that is more structurally going to be solved by the monitoring tool, which I will talk about on the next slide. And the last point, just to mention, we've received a few questions also on the static grid models, for which first versions were published, I believe, October, November. And based on that feedback, there were some inconsistencies that got identified, that got tackled, and that led to an update in that publication. So I think it's some good outcome of having received the feedback. Feedback is important. That allows us also to do deep dives and solve issues. But practically speaking, yeah, we have to live with the reality of the past X months and also sometimes some less good or inexisting results. So I see a hand being raised.
Olivier?
Yes, Olivier Vidac from Stell, thank you. I think for me the situation is still not completely transparent on what's happening on TSO side, on why we have those small domain or empty domain with RAM equals 0. We understand that it is coming from the validation process of some TSOs, but the root cause behind was triggering of the fallback on those validation process, for me, is still not known. I mean, DaVinci, we can clearly see that it is not something that is clearly understood or known by everybody here, and I'm not sure the methodology of what's happening in those tools is very clear for us, and why are they failing. So would that be possible, basically, to provide more understanding on why those validation tools are failing and what are they actually performing? Because it seems that they have a very important impact on the results, and they are individual validations and non-coordinated, so they seems more obscure to me. And yeah, I think it would be great if we would have more transparency on why is this failing.
question taken. The short answer I can give on the spot is always a combination of different causes. You can have IT tooling issues, can be numerous details behind it, or it can be an operator issue, an operator that was, I think it was Dietmar that explained earlier in the session, if it was busy with the current operational process and then mistake was made, the core process wasn't executed perfectly, that can lead to a human issue as well. But if your question is to have more an overview of each of the days where it happened, and then a second column to have some category, IT tooling, human error, or something else, I suggest to you that we take it as an action point, because this data in the internal logging does exist. We take it as an action point, and then we add it to these weekly Friday publications that we do.
Yeah,
it should be possible.
I think that's a good proposal. Basically, what I want to understand is it some IT or human error that is not supposed to happen, and people will work on not that happening again, or is there a more fundamental reason when the situation is stress that was fallback will be triggered? That's and from what you say, I understand that this is just IT issues in the end, or process or human issues, rather than fundamentally the situation is stress for whatever reason, and that leads to high IVA and a reduction of the capacities. So yeah, I guess it's reconforting to hear that this is more IT issues or human operators related issues.
Julian, do you want to add something to that?
Yeah, just to clarify, Olivier, I was wondering, what do you consider as a fundamental issue?
Well, I would mean that I don't really understand what those validation process are supposed to cover, but I understand. But for me, if the situation on the grid is fundamentally stressed, so there is high overloads and the capacity are not sustainable, and then there is a need for IVAs to reduce the capacities. That I call that a fundamental issues. If the macro of some people are failed to run, I call that an IT issues, and that's something that can be fixed somehow. While if the IVA are coming from the fact that the situation on the network is stressed, that is something that is gonna happen again, basically, and we can expect them to have higher IVA values in the future.
Yeah, okay, now I get your notion. Yeah. Well, just to clarify a bit more on that, application of fallback is never related to the physical limitations of the network itself. It's always related to a process failure, either due to IT or either due to operator human error, just as Steve already explained. So the fundamental items you are talking about are in the end not related to the fallback as such. They are they could be a regular outcome of an individual validation by any TSO, of course, and then it would end up indeed in high IVA values. But it is, of course, a different outcome than IVAs that result from a fallback. Mm-hmm. And in the publication tool, we are always transparent about whether we apply an IVA just as a regular IVA value, or whether this IVA was the result of the application of a fallback.
I think that's clear.
Yeah. And the link in the middle of the slide, overview of limitations, will help you also to categorize the results into these TSOs, these business days. They had fallback, and thus the higher IVA, and then the other business days that point to the more structural application of IVA due to the operational security concerns. So I think if that answers your question, then actually we don't need a further action point, as all the data is, or this information is already available.
Well, regarding the methodologies of DaVinci, for example, is it all publicly available? What DaVinci is and is doing, and why it would lead to IVAs or fallback? Is all of that available?
No individual validation approach, I think, of any of the core TSOs is to my knowledge publicly available. There have been some presentations in the past, not sure it was on core CG or core IG, about validation approaches.
Because isn't that creating some kind of a backdoor of there would be this main coordinated process, but then there would be parallel process of validation that are much more obscure, opaque, and but that have an impact on the result, the end result in the end. So I feel it's a bit of a concern that we don't have the full transparency on the methodology of those validation process.
There is definitely a layer of transparency that comes along with applying IVA. That is the justification of the IVA. That is also part of the next steps after go live, because unfortunately today there is a gap in the implementation. That's the detailed justification, meaning what is a set of net positions that led to the overload. That this information cannot yet be displayed on the publication tool. That is coming with the release after go live. And it's also part of the quarterly reporting obligations of the core CCM. So every quarter after go live, the RSCs, they will make a quarterly report. And as part of the quarterly report, there are the justifications to be provided by the core TSOs in case that more than 1% of MTUs and IVA has been applied by a core TSO. So this transparency, additional transparency layer on why these IVAs are there is foreseen. You're welcome.
Okay.
Okay. See no further hands at this stage, so let's go to the next slide. What can be expected in the coming weeks? So we are working as we speak with Yao to release a series of improvements, new pages on the publication tool. Unfortunately, taking longer than initially planned. We wanted to have them first end of last year, beginning of this year. That was at the end not possible. We've picked up also a few inconsistencies that we added into the scope. And so all the bullet points that you see here on the screen, including the post-coupling pages, because I noted some questions in the chat on that. So including the post-coupling pages, they will go into a release, let's say around the 10th of April. The vendor of JAO is laying the last hands on some of these implementations marked in italic. And then we can, as TSOs, do our validation on this implementation, and then we can give the green light for a go live update of the publication tool. So I expect around April 10th that this list of bullet points here is coming available to you. And there are also improvements that we'll be making to the publication handbook, taking questions that we got from the Q&A forum, where we realized that sometimes the way how to interpret the data is not sufficiently clear. So here again, an example of where your questions helped us to identify those gaps, and we will improve the documentation on that respect. Yeah, there is a hand raised.
There is a hand, yeah.
Yeah.
I can't see who it is. Sorry. So if someone wants to intervene now? Okay.
No.
No? Okay, then let's move on.
Hello? Hello?
Ah, hello?
Can you hear me?
No,
Not very
no,
good.
Yeah, so this is E from Freepoint. So please can I continue the questions that Oliver just asked you. So during my testing stage about the current parallel data, I want to test the pre-solved domain and the PDF constraint, and I find that there are several hours that all RAM is 0, and which means, from my understanding, in this case, there should be no flow from each country. There should be no border flow if all the RAM is 0. And in this case, should I expect this after the data goes live, or this is just some kind of data error? I mean, I saw somebody that explained it as the Da Vinci fallback problem, and will this problem continue after the our core flow base go live?
There are two parts in my answer. First part is the cross-zonal capacities are defined based on two building blocks. There is the flow-based domain, what you refer to with the connects and the RAMs, and there is the LTA part, the long-term allocated capacities part. Both together define the cross-zonal capacities that come out of the capacity calculation and then go to your FEMIA to run the market coupling. This is what we famously call the market coupling with extended LTA inclusion. So we really segregate a flow-based domain and LTA domain. The observations that you've made with RAM 0 and that were shared in the call today with RAM 0, indeed, we already heard that it was also due to fallback cases of Da Vinci, and the number of connects should drastically go down because it's not the issue previously. It was applied on all the connects, not only the pre-solved connects. Will it be completely excluded that there will never be a RAM or connect with 0 RAM? Yeah, if the fallback is never going to be applied anymore, then it should not happen. Sorry for the small interruption. So the number of connects will drastically go down. Whether or not the number of MTUs go down, that is the ambition, but we cannot fully exclude, as I said, that not ever an individual fallback would occur, and that would still be an MTU once with a connect with 0 RAM. But not these tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of connects that we've seen before.
I see. Oh, by the way, so in the early morning, let's say, for example, before 9 a.m., is it the pre-solved domain is the only data source I can have, right? I mean, the simplified domain, the simplified constraint, like you said, like each hour, it's kind of like 100 to 200 constraint for each hour. It's kind of simplified. It is the only source I can have in the early morning.
Yeah, and you have to look at that together with the data in the pre-final, final BEX restrictions page, which make up the LTA part. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Got it. Thank you. Thank you.
Some more hands raised. Please go ahead.
Jérôme?
Yes. Hello, thank you, Jérôme from EDF Trading. I have a question regarding IVAs. So I had the thing that why we apply IVA to reduce the RAM from the flow-based domain, while then the LTA domain is applied to remove the IVAs. So it seems a bit, difficult to understand.
That's the intrinsic way of how extended LTA works. And if TSOs deem the LTA domain in itself as insecure, then they would do an LTA curtailment. Like in today's operational world as well, it can happen that these capacities are deemed insecure and then an LTA curtailment is applied.
So this is something already applying in CWE? That's what you mean?
Yeah. If you look at the market messages published on JAO, I believe you will find there from time to time LTA curtailments being applied here.
Yeah, thank you.
You're welcome. You have another question, Jerome? Your hand is still raised.
Sorry, there was a question in the chat as well about some days published twice, apparently.
What was the reason for having some days published twice, if there is any reason?
I'm not aware of days being published twice. If you have an example, please
Maybe
put it in the
then
chat.
you can put that on the Q&A with an example to ease the discussion.
Yeah, I don't think we can go into these kind of details now. So yeah.
Okay, yeah, we'll provide data.
All right, thank you. And then if we move to the third and last slide for this topic. So we also already have a scope of development for after the go live. First one is around complete missing publication requirements. We discovered that there was an issue with the shadow prices, which we are still trying to solve it actually before the go live. So the plan is to fix it in the core CC tool. That's where the issue is, not in the publication tool. And the plan, I can say, is to have the fix done by next week. So if that all works properly and the deploy of the CC tool doesn't create a regression, then this will already be tackled by go live. That's my expectation. With regards to the second sub bullet point, that is the IVA justification that I talked about a few minutes ago. Currently, there is, let's say, a simplified justification that is filled in that you can see on that page, validation reductions. Simplified justification where TSOs say, yeah, I have applied IVA due to an issue with my local tooling fallback, or I applied IVA due to operational security concerns. But we have to go a step further and we have to explain what are the conditions that trigger these concerns. The net positions of the different countries, basically the edge of the flow-based domain that was analyzed during the local validation that led to too high flows on the local grid. And then there are a series of improvements for the flow-based domain pages. Some questions in the Q&A forum pointed to this, that there are more elements in the domain pages, non-pre-solved elements in the domain pages than purely the connects. So yeah, we can have non-core tie lines in there for some for some technical reason. We also have equality constraints in there. We can have lines in there which are monitored but not really part of the flow-based calculation because they are lower than 5% PTDF. So we will look into how to make this more visible, that these lines are not really connects, either by filtering them out or putting some flag on them. That's a to-do that we picked up based on the feedback we received through the Q&A forum. And one thing I also want to point out, we are publishing in the flow-based domain page the legal target values in relation to the 70%. And there are two columns. There is what we call the RAMR column, which is the target for core and non-core exchanges together. And there is an additional column that we added, a second column, which displays the minimum target for core. So basically, when you have, let's say your target is 70%, and then you have 20% for non-core exchanges, you expect to find 50% in the column minimum target for core. And there is an issue in that in the formula behind it. It works correctly when there is virtual capacity in play, then it really shows what I just explained. But in case there is no virtual capacity applied, it isn't showing the target, but it's showing the actual RAM provided as a percentage of Fmax. So that's also something we will make clear as a disclaimer in the publication handbook, and we will solve after the go live. All the other elements, REMR and FUF, are separate attributes, so one can always deduce the correct value, but it's a bit annoying that it can be wrong, so we'll put a disclaimer on it and fix it. That's it from...
Maybe one quick point on this filtering out of non-relevant branch. Is it possible to keep them and rather putting a flag for us to discard them because they provide information? I mean, there was branches that are a bit outside of core. There is still data in there for us as what are the flows on those lines. And yeah, it would be a shame to lose that, basically, while putting a flag would serve both purpose for being able to filter them out if needed. Or maybe I haven't completely understood what's going to change here.
Yeah, we still need to eventually decide, will we filter them all out or will we label them with a different flag? I understand that you rather have the data in, but then have a flag on it.
I think
to say that these are non-connects. Well, I'll take that feedback with me for the post-go live scope.
Thank you.
Okay, any other comments, remarks? Then I propose to go to the next more detailed. Yeah, it's also about related to publication, of course, quality indicators and reporting. So Jürgen, could you go through that for us?
Yes, of course. Thank you. So yeah, I'll present this this topic. First, I'll start with a small recap, though. So in the past, work on a common procedure for monitoring and ensuring data quality has been done. And this work has been discussed with the core NRAs and market participants. The foreseen approach was discussed with core NRAs during the core implementation group meeting on the 2nd of July 2021. And the topic was introduced to market participants during the core consultative group meeting on the 7th of July, also 2021. The publication tool will be used for publication of the data, as it is done for the parallel run results now. And to direct stakeholders to a meaningful flow-based parameters, there will be a link to the JAR website on the ENTSO-E transparency platform. Next, you'll see a small summary of the common procedure for the monitoring, ensuring of quality and availability of the data. The common capacity calculator will hold the main responsibilities for performing the procedure. This is to ensure continuous monitoring process and reporting. Here, the continuous monitoring process covers the quality checks within the central system and the quality indicators and the reporting. The quality checks within the central system have already been implemented, and the reporting, including the data quality indicators, is under implementation. Then, in terms of publication, the information on the data quality will be available to market parties. this information includes information on application of spanning and DFPs. I'll give you a bit more information on these data quality indicators in the next slides. Then secondly, there will be monitoring on completeness and notifications to allow completing the data. And this is under implementation by JAO. As a final reminder, we have a satisfaction survey which will be performed annually. This survey will be addressed to stakeholders and core regulatory authorities. Then if you go to the next slide, we can have a look on the overview of data quality indicators. So for the data quality indicators, we have defined 5. And these indicators are to monitor the quality of the data during the core capacity calculation process. For each indicator, an ambition level has been defined. And as you can read here below the table, the core TSOs commit to the ambition levels as per Article 26.4 in the day-ahead capacity calculation methodology. And in case those ambition levels are not met on a monthly basis for all 5, then the respective party failing to meet the ambition level shall provide a statement which includes detailed reasoning for not reaching the ambition level and an action plan on how to prevent similar failures in the future. The statement shall be provided 1 month within 1 month, and the action plan should be implemented within 3 months. Then, if we look at the table, you can see the data quality indicators listed. Here we have the IGM replacement if it was performed for all core TSOs. The indicator is for all core TSOs per TSO. Then we have if spanning was applied, and if DSP was applied, and then if the connect selection failed, and finally if NRAW was not applied. In the table, you can also see these ambition levels I have mentioned, and a bit of reasoning behind the number of the ambition level. I think, unless you prefer that I go a bit into have some comments on this, we can already go to the next slide where I have a more detailed overview of high-level overview of this monthly report, because these quality indicators will be presented in a monthly report. And here you see it pretty much summarizes what I just said. On the left, we have the sources for each, from where we can retrieve each quality indicator. The black lines, they display the intended flows, and then we have the orange lines, which display an alternative flow for the sources. Then in the middle, we have the data quality indicators presented, and on the right you see that we have this ambition level check, and that the justification and action plan is to be added in the next month report and in the annual report. Then we can go to the next slide. So I have already talked a bit about the content of the monthly report. I've also mentioned the annual report, and Steve mentioned the quarterly report. And these are, in fact, the three reports which are to be provided after go live. So as I said, the monthly report will contain information on these quality indicators and, if relevant, justifications. Then the quarterly report will contain legal reporting items, monitoring, for instance, external constraints, applied reductions, flow from net positions from single day-ahead coupling on each connect, and again, if needed, TSO action plans for reduced capacity and connects. Then we have the annual report, which will also contain legal reporting items. These will, for instance, be stakeholders, the stakeholder satisfaction survey, capacity calculation KPIs. Also, there will be the comment on the data quality indicators, if relevant, the statements. Then there will be reporting of on external constraints and withholding of remedial actions. Then there will be availability of non-costly remedial actions, and also, if needed, TSO justifications for why not providing those non-costly remedial actions. In the coming 2 slides, I also have some flowcharts similar to the one we just saw for the monthly report. First, though, I would like to say that before we go, I would like to first first on the long term, we'll use an analytical and reporting tool to generate the 3 reports. But until this tool is in place, we will generate the reports following a script-based approach. So this approach will be used when generating the first monthly report expected in June, and then also for the first quarterly reports, and possibly also for the first annual report. Now you can go to the next slide. Okay, so here we see a flowchart similar to the one I showed for the monthly report. Again, on the left, we have the sources from where we can retrieve each reporting item. And in the middle, we have the items listed. So the first item is reporting linked to external constraints of the pre-solved domain. Then secondly, we have the applied reductions and aggregated information on applied reductions. Then there's the flows resulting from the flows resulting from the net positions resulting from the single day ahead coupling on each CNEC. Fourth item is the external constraint on the final flow-based parameters. And finally, if needed, again, we have the TSO action plan. On the right, you see that we'll check the shadow price to see that the shadow price is not equal to 0 in more than 0.1% of the hours in a quarter. This value is also defined in the CCM. If this is the case, then the external constraint value and the reasoning behind will be added to the annual report. And you can also see that in the purple box in the flowchart. On the next slide, we have the annual flowchart for the annual report. Here, again, same idea. We have identified the sources. You can see those on the left. And then in the middle, we have the reporting items. The first item is the overview of external constraints, which is linked to the input from the quarterly report. Then there will also be a point related to the data quality indicators, as I mentioned. And of course, if relevant, then the statements from the TSOs. Then also the withholding of remedial actions will be reported in the annual report, along with capacity calculation KPIs and the availability of non-costly remedial actions. And again, if needed, the justifications from the relevant party. Efficiency of NRA will be reported, and the final item is the satisfaction survey. Then we will generate the report, and as I said, all 3 reports will be published on the JAR website. So I know this went a bit fast, maybe, but I hope you could follow this. And if you have any questions, then
yes, please. If there are any comments, questions on these,
Jérôme.
Yes, thank you very much for the update, and it's good to see how you're keeping track of those incidents and improvements, etc. Coming back to the list of KPIs that you have and on which you have set standards for TSOs to report on. Linking back to the presentation I made earlier at the start of the meeting. I was wondering if that couldn't be the basis on which we could set standards to ensure that we are comfortable by go live that we have reached a level of quality in the overall process that makes sure that we have a process that works. So I was wondering if you had envisaged this on the TSO or NRA side, and how that could be, first what you think you will achieve within the next 3 weeks, and then if we could possibly agree on a set of limit standards.
Yeah, maybe for the KPIs, I could look for the support from either Steve or Marius. No, we already have the KPIs being monitored for the external parallel run. So here I have a detailed overview of what we expect to include here. To align on standards, for sure, this is something we can do.
But I would say that's kind of good that you're already monitoring these things, because it's part of the elements on which we said like we want to have more certainty. So maybe it's about setting standards for the go live, because right now it's just monitoring what's going on.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry, I think this is something I can we can also discuss outside the meeting, and something I think we need to have alignment with core FBPT experts on this as well.
Yeah.
Okay. Ruud, I think we covered all the topics for day ahead, right?
Yeah, actually not.
Sorry, what am I missing?
No, I think we have Marius will.
Yeah, we have still the the presentation from the KPIs, so the results of the parallel run, and we have something on spikes for core.
Spike, yeah. But then let's continue with day ahead.
Yeah. Maybe then let's see, because we're running out of time a bit, so we might want to skip a subject, but let's move on with this one. Yeah,
I think it's given the upcoming go live, the more important is that all the topics can be correctly covered on day ahead.
Yeah.
And I guess 3 and 4 could be discussed a bit later on if we do not have enough time. So I think it's important.
I would still keep on long term, because we want to make some arrangements about discussing. So but maybe we should limit it to that. But let's go on with the day ahead then. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, good afternoon then, everybody. Marius here from 50 Hertz. Indeed, we have also for this core CCG, we have 2-3 topics. First of all, a kind of comparison between the external parallel run results and the operational results as seen in SDAG, and also some kind of comparison between CWE limiting connects and core limiting connects, as well as a kind of interesting deep dive on the NRAW that will be presented by Anna from TSCnet. So yeah, let's start with the external parallel run comparison. What we actually compiled here for also this meeting is the period after ICP go live, so that we still have as many as implicit allocated borders for comparison as possible until the 31st of December. So in order to give you a kind of high-level overview, alongside more or less, I would say, 3-4 variances. So first of all, near price convergence as a kind of indicator for us to really see and compare, okay, how much advancement is there in market integration. Then also to get a little bit the feeling, okay, how much is actually changing. Also the average SDAG position we will compare, and also which elements are actually making up the limiting the market coupling? Are it more internal Kpis, or is it more the cross-border elements? Of course, what is always very important as a disclaimer for the interpretation of this comparison is that we are not changing any order books in the simulation facility, our tool or the NEMO tool to run these simulations during the external parallel run. So we just take the actual order books and we do not do any kind of modification. So yeah, on the next slide, just to set the scene a little bit, to be honest, I think 1 year ago, I would have not thought that I need to adjust the price y-axis to 350 euros, but nowadays it's unfortunately reality, and it should also be kept in mind when we compare price convergence numbers, etc. We started with ICP somewhere around 50 or 60 euros on average, and indeed here I think it's around Christmas we arrived on a 300 euro average basis. It's just an average over the whole core bidding zones, just to give an overall high-level idea. And indeed, of course, for comparison, what I also think is very important to exclude days or hours where the capacity calculation runs are not comparable. We have touched upon the topic already earlier this meeting, but indeed also for all the comparisons over the next 2 or 3 slides, we excluded default flow-based parameters or hours where individual fallback was applied. Yeah, so just to get a feeling where we are. Yeah, first of all, on the top, you see the share of near price convergence between as compared between core flow-based market coupling and operations and SDAC. How do we define it? It's basically the price convergence is the difference between the highest and the most expensive and the cheapest bidding zone in the core region. So a little bit of a stricter indicator than just looking at the bidding zone border price spreads. And here we clearly see it's by quarter. Or Q2 is basically only June, but we see on average quite more near price convergence in core than compared to the current parallel run. Of course, in Q4 with all these very high prices and only setting the price spread as nearly to 1 euro for the price convergence is of course there it's dropping as well, but still a little bit higher. And if we want to go into percentages, even 20% higher. Based on this, I would say we can see definitely an improvement with core flow-based market coupling in terms of market integration. On the bottom, what is also important is of course, okay, how much are we changing the game in general? And I would say here, what we can see is the average SDAC net position of all core bidding zones. And here we can actually see that in general, of course, we apply a more efficient capacity calculation system, but we are not changing the whole direction of bidding zone of net positions or something like that. So I think it's also a way of giving comfort that the general direction here is correct, is not changing, and is not giving us or myself a headache on where we see still where we would need to improve a lot or would need to see investigate more detail some kind of errors. On the next slide, so we have seen now price convergence, net positions, but of course, what is also interesting is some kind of average price difference, so per bidding zone. What you can see here is just an unweighted average price difference between the operational price and the core parallel run price. So very important, when you see a positive sign, there was a lower price in core, and a negative sign means that the price was higher in the core parallel run. except for Austria and I think the Netherlands, who have remained an unchanged sign over these 6 months. It's more or less the same for it's more or less changing for every bidding zone. So we also have a seasonal variation there, which should be also monitored over a longer time and also considered. So not to jump to conclusions just on 1 month or yeah. For the bidding zones, it's usually changing behaviors. So yeah, that's a quick overview of the comparison between parallel run and operational results. If you have any questions for this, feel free to raise anything. Always also happy to hear your opinions on LinkedIn. I already saw that there are also other market parties looking into these comparisons. So always feel free to also raise it here. If not, the next slide.
Maybe one question on my side. Do you have a social welfare comparison between the two in your study?
It's a bit difficult to do this comparison, to be quite honest, because we don't have readily available for all bidding zones this comparison, because there's still also one bidding zone or two bidding zones. So one bidding zone border, Hungary, Croatia, which is still explicitly allocated, and this makes this welfare comparison very difficult to interpret, because basically from Euphemia's point of view, it doesn't know the bidding zone border at all, and then you get some distorted figures.
But the social welfare is the objective function of Euphemia. We are running Euphemia twice here in 2 different setups, and you lead to two different results regarding this maximization, and you compare those two results. That seems it seems strange to me that we are not doing that for assessing whether it helps or not.
I tend to agree with you, but I also must say that I, as a TSO, am not the asset owner of Euphemia. Yeah.
I think it would have been useful to be able to provide such figures in the comparison, because that's effectively what we are trying to do with that process, improving the social welfare.
Sure.
And that doesn't show in your slide.
But for example, yeah, I know that of course social welfare is the objective function, but for example, already price convergence gives us a good overview of the market integration.
I know. But I think I remember from the original flow-based CWE Go Live that there was numbers in millions of euros of improved social welfare by comparing the two outcomes, and I don't see why we shouldn't be able to do the same thing here.
Maybe we can take it with us what can be still released and what not.
Yeah. Johannes, could you?
Yeah, yes, hello, Johannes from FreePoint. One quick question: is the data for these calculations available to replicate them ourselves? Because I think in the past there was like the prices from the STAC calculation, or if you took the live operational EPEX prices, you were not able to calculate these differences yourself. Is this data now available, or is this still some parallel run of the operational run as well that makes it unable for market participants to run this comparison or ourselves?
No. In general, everything is available in the sense of that these are the day-ahead like on the one hand, we published external parallel run data on the publication tool, of course, and we compare it to the day-ahead prices that are calculated or that are published on the ENTSO-E transparency platform for each bidding zone. So there you can find it, but I would not mind sharing this underlying data with you, because it's basically just a script that combines ENTSO-E data with our parallel run data. We can. I think we can just.
Thank you.
If there's no further question on this, then the next 3 slides are more on elements, on the network elements themselves. On the next slide, you can basically see a comparison or an overview of which kind of elements are limiting the market coupling currently. On the left side, more from a very easily how often based on a frequency basis. So how often did it have a positive shadow price, more or less? And there we divided it between cross-zonal elements, also including PSTs, as well as then individual internal elements, more or less. And on the left, it's per frequency, and on the right, it's basically weighted by the shadow price. So not only taking into account if it was once limiting, but also in which height it was limiting. I think here the positive message is that in both cases, it's more than half the case that cross-zonal elements are limiting. But of course, also the caveat that is on top. We did not include the LTA domain or allocation constraints for this, which are 2 other ways and 2 other possibilities that could limit the market coupling per se. So this is no comparison, but just an overview from the core parallel run. On the next 2 slides.
Maybe one question before you go ahead. I see on that slide that you have a max zone-to-zone PTDF of 4% for this Czech to Poland line. I thought that all the lines with max PTDF below 5% would be excluded from automatically excluded from the calculation. Is it? Then I don't understand why this could be possible, that we have this 4% line in your table.
Yeah, that's a very good observation. Indeed, in the monthly KPI reports, we have a little disclaimer for this. It's not the same zone-to-zone PTDF as defined in the methodology. You can be assured that it's always correctly used. Unfortunately, here we still have a very manual process in getting all these data and comparing it in the parallel run, so a lot of scripts, and we have a disclaimer and also description actually in the publication, that it's not exactly the same zone-to-zone PTDF.
What was the difference? I don't really understand. The zone-to-zone PTDF for me was quite straightforward. The difference between the PTDF of 2 hubs of two regions.
Yeah, basically during the parallel run in the script, we only take neighboring regions, so not between the whole core zones.
I see.
For example, only Germany and France, Germany, Czech Republic, but not France and Romania.
I see. Not all the possible combination.
Exactly. And it's mainly a script thing. But indeed, a good point. Could have included the disclaimer here as well. Yeah. On the next 2 slides, there's a comparison between active or limiting constraints between CWE and core, mainly carried out by Steve. Just here, I would say the main message is given the time that the most, or if we go to the next slide already, This is basically the overview of the core top 20 network elements by frequency. And highlighted in blue are all CWE network elements. And except of one, the D2, D7 line, also all other CWE or CWE TSO network elements that are limiting in core were also during the same time limiting in CWE. So I think that's also a reassuring sign of that also not constraints, etc., are suddenly totally different. And the next slide basically shows the picture the other way around, looking at the CWE top 20 network elements and which of these are also limiting in core and which are not in the core top 20 list. And here also good reassuring point that the first top 5 are also limiting in core capacity calculation and market coupling. Yeah, that would be basically the overview of the network elements. There's any question on these two comparisons?
Yeah, given the time, maybe we should go forward with the next topic, Marius.
Then sure, and then I'm happy to hand over to Anna.
Yeah, exactly. Anna, could you?
Yeah, sure. First of all, good afternoon, and I will try to be brief because we only have 14 minutes left. So the slides which you will see are actually showing you the successful rate of NRAO in month of December. So this pie first shows you the exact full number of all the MTUs in December with this pink colors, blue colors, you actually see the DFPs. So, or the times where NRAO was not triggered. So for MTUs, we had spanning in initial flow-based computation, and 31 in blue, we had DFPs at initial computation, which means that something went wrong during this this step of the process. The pink one, where we have 34 MTUs, we still at that time had some IT issues on the NRAO side, therefore NRAO didn't even start, but that's only 5% of the time. And 24 MTUs, green color, 3% of the time, there were DFPs before initial flow-based computation, so that could mean that something didn't work well in the merging part, because that's the step before. The yellow and the orange one all together are actually MTUs where NRAO was started. And as in any optimization, that it can happen that actually optimization does not give a result. So it means that the problem which is put in front of optimizer does not have a solution. Therefore, optimizer just gives back the results, but no remedial actions applied. And that happened in 326 MTUs for the month of December, while 325, the orange one, actually, sorry, in 326, there were remedial actions applied, and in 325, there were no remedial actions applied. So all in all, NRAO did perform, let's say, it started when, it ran when it started, only, let's say, 5% of the time we really had some IT issues, and those issues were usually related to servers and some stuff which were further in the future months resolved after December. I think that this pie is more or less clear, but of course, if you have any questions, feel free to stop me at any point. We can go.
Just one question. So in roughly half the cases, no remedial action being found. Have we tried to allow more time for convergence, or it's just that there is no solution?
Yeah, so NRAO didn't have problem with time, so we managed to compute everything under 2 hours, and NRAO usually runs around 1 hour. So in these particular cases, there were just no solutions. So the most limiting element was either too far from remedial actions, or Actually, not either, but this is the most common reason behind it. So there were no closed remedial actions which could actually be applied to relieve this element, and therefore NRAO as objective function couldn't find any better solution. Or maybe loop flow constraint was the one which actually blocked NRAO to perform further. Okay, we can move on. Here you can already see the remedial actions which have been applied. Now we are talking about MTUs where remedial actions were applied. And here is actually relative time share of PSTs and topological remedial actions, because NRAO only works with non-costly remedial actions, meaning no redispatch will be present here. So only phase shifters and topological remedial actions, which are given to NRAO as a list, coming from TSOs. So NRAO works only with a list of remedial actions which are provided by TSOs. In the green bars are actually preventive remedial actions, and in the blue bars, curative remedial actions. So you see that actually mostly NRAO focused on phase shifters, while topological remedial action was mostly used as curative, and that in France. So yeah, more or less that's it. In the next 4 slides, I think, if I remember correctly, the following order, actually exactly, you will see which exactly remedial actions were applied, which remedial actions were given to NRAO but not used. So in this particular case, we have PSTs preventive, and whenever you have a label next to this circle, these are actually remedial actions which were activated, and there you have their relative share. So over entire region, in month of December, all phase shifters were triggered at least once. So for example, in Belgium, where you see 0%, that doesn't mean exactly that they were not applied, but that means that they were applied less than 0.5% of the time. So it could be 1 or 2 timestamps, but they were used. Also, a relative time share is presented with the size and the color of the circle. Therefore, you can also see that. And mostly which phase shifter was mostly used was in this 7. I will not say the name because I'm not sure that I will pronounce it correctly. So 84% of the time, while we have still some other phase shifters used less than that. But in all, all phase shifters which were provided to NRAO were at some point used in a preventive setup. If we go to the next one, here you have topological remedial actions, also preventive. And as I mentioned before, you will actually see certain circles without a label. So those circles will actually show you that this remedial action was given to NRAO, but NRAO didn't use it. But the ones which have a label and the percentage next to it are the topological remedial actions, preventive topological remedial actions which were used. Again, 0% means that they were used less than 0.5, so it means 1 or 2 timestamps actually NRAO triggered those. And here, yeah, here it's visible that there are a lot of, not a lot, but there are a certain percentage of preventive topological remedial actions which were not used, and the one which is popping is the one in Romania. For example, in Czech Republic, there are also some circles which do not have a label, which means that these were not used. Why they were not used? Because most likely limiting elements were not close, or if limiting elements were close, they were either solved with preventive PSTs, or they couldn't be resolved because of some other business constraints which NRAO has, as for example, loop flow threshold, which cannot be violated. The next slide. Now we are coming to the curative remedial actions, and only curative phase shifter which was given at the time was Mikulova in Polish grid, and these were used, but as I said, only 1 or 2 timestamps, because the 0% means that they were used at less than 0.5% of the time. And we can move to the last slide, which is related to usage of remedial actions. Here are topological remedial actions, curative topological remedial actions. And if you remember the slide with the bars, you saw that there were a lot of blue in the area of RTE, and actually this is presented here. So here you see that multiple remedial actions, topological curative remedial actions, were used on the French grid. 1% of the time was used one in LS grid, but the rest were not used. We can move on. And again, please stop me whenever you have a question. I'm trying to put everything in this remaining time which we have so that we do not stay longer. Here, what you can see is actual distribution of limiting connects. Now, when we talk about limiting connects, we're not talking about limiting from market coupling perspective, but actually we're talking from perspective of NRAO. So for NRAO, limiting connect means a connect which holds objective function or has the lowest relative RAM. So here is the distribution. So in the red bars are actually the number of most limiting elements before NRAO, while in the blue are the ones after NRAO. And you see that actually in some cases, for example, in Romania, there is increase in the most limiting elements after, and that's a normal process, because what NRAO does, tries to reroute the flows using remedial actions, looking at the global picture, in a sense to release certain elements on the cost of increasing the load on the others, depending, of course, on again which element holds the relative RAM. Here we have a disclaimer, because these are actually data from December, and at that time we still didn't fix one point which we had in the KPIs, which will be visible starting from February. So connect selection step was a step which is done after exporting the files which we used for this. So that means that actually these values of connects, which were values of most limiting elements before NRAO, can change a bit, but not significantly. But all in all, these actually slides are still valid, because they show you actually how the situation in the grid changes. So from one country to another, depending on remedial actions which were applied. So in France, for example, you see the decrease, and we saw on the previous slides that there were a lot of topological remedial actions which were applied there. So it doesn't mean that they were applied only for France, but they could be applied for Amprion grid or for Elia grid. But in general, there were a lot of remedial actions in that area. And yeah, more or less that's it here. D4 after RAO didn't have any most limiting elements from NRAO perspective, and in case of Hungary and Slovenia, there were no most limiting elements before NRAO and after NRAO. Therefore, we have zeros. We can move to the last one. I think it's the last one. Yes, I mentioned relative RAM. So this is actually the formula which is behind objective function of NRAO. So whichever element fulfills that it's most limiting, has the lowest relative RAM, this is the most limiting element from NRAO perspective. And on this slide, in these bars, you can actually see how this relative RAM value changed over the process, so before and after NRAO. Of course, these are average values. What is interesting to mention here is that if RAM is lower than 0, relative RAM is just the value of RAM. But if RAM is higher than 0, then we have this huge formula above, which actually creates a proper relative RAM value, where we are actually taking RAM value, dividing it with the sum of zone-to-zone PTDFs. And for example, in Czech Republic, this is super visible, because in Czech Republic, we had some low negative value, but after NRAO, this value became positive. But dividing it with